This House now convenes its sitting. Please stand while the Acting Attorney General is sworn in.
I, Christine Boyne, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve His Majesty King Charles III and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of Attorney General. I, Christine Boyne, do solemnly and sincerely affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. We will continue with question and answers. At this time, I call on the territorial member, Honorable Skelton, to ask his questions.
Madam Speaker, my question is to the Premier. I hope he gave me a yes or no answer. Madam Speaker, will the Honorable Premier and Minister for Finance please tell this Honorable House if he has any plans or intentions of adjusting all public officers' pensions upwards, and if the answer is yes, when does he intend to do so? Just date and time. Okay.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Territorial at-Large Member for his question. For clarity, when reference is made to all public officers' pensions, this includes individuals who have retired from established positions within the public service and are currently receiving pensions under the government's defined benefit pension scheme. It also includes surviving spouses of such pensioners. Moreover, consideration is being given to persons receiving ex gratia pension payments, those not covered under the formal pension structure but who are beneficiaries of pension-like payments through cabinet-approved arrangements. These categories are being reviewed together to ensure that our response is inclusive and equitable. The government is fully committed to pursuing an upward adjustment of these pensions and ex gratia payments as part of the final phase of the wider public service compensation review, subject to the budgeting process and sound fiscal management. This review has already addressed salaries and allowances for active public officers, and our attention is being directed towards retired officers and eligible ex gratia recipients. In February 2025, Cabinet approved the formation of a pension reform steering committee co-chaired by the Deputy Governor and the Financial Secretary, with representation from institutions including the Virgin Islands Retired Public Officers Association. The committee has been tasked with conducting a thorough review of existing pension and ex gratia payment arrangements and to explore feasible mechanisms to adjust these payments in line with prevailing economic conditions. These specific methodologies are being evaluated as part of this process. An inflation-based adjustment, a flat percentage increase applied uniformly across beneficiaries, and an increase tied to the minimum expenditure basket, which reflects the cost of basic goods and services. Each method presents its own fiscal and policy considerations, and the analysis being conducted is aimed at determining which approach or combination of approaches is most sustainable and appropriate for the current context. A critical deadline has been set by Cabinet for this exercise. The Ministry of Finance has been directed to complete the review and submit formal recommendations by June 2025. These recommendations must assess whether existing pension and ex gratia payments remain reasonable and propose adjustments, where warranted, for those who are in receipt of such payments on or before 1st January 2024. This timeline reflects the seriousness with which the matter is being approached. Although a specific date for implementation cannot be confirmed at this stage, pending the outcome of technical analysis, Cabinet approval, and fiscal availability, I wish to assure this Honorable House that the matter is being treated with urgency and priority. My government recognizes the long-standing service of our retired public officers and the value they have contributed to the development of the Virgin Islands. It is only right that their pensions reflect both their contributions and the current economic realities. This government remains resolute in its commitment to doing so in a manner that is fair, financially prudent, and sustainable over the long term. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mayor, for his long, detailed, insightful answer. But I wonder if the Premier recognized that a lot of the pensioners who I am asking this question on behalf of were in the system and understand that a pension is normally paid, a pension increase is normally paid after salary increases. And it doesn't take years to do it.
Madam Speaker, I can fully appreciate what the member is saying. Having engaged on this matter, I've learned that in the past they were done simultaneously. In this situation, however, the approach was to do it in combination with pension reform more broadly. As we know, we do not have a contributory pension scheme. And of course, the earlier part of the exercise was conducted primarily by the governor, deputy governor, who is responsible for the terms and conditions of employment. But of course, we recognize that this is something that needs to be done urgently and with priority. And certainly, we look forward to receiving the report this month, June, and that will inform a very urgent and quick decision which will be made, certainly ahead of the next budget cycle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Follow up. Madam, I wonder if the Premier Minister of Finance could take a step that happened in the past where, because some of these pensioners, they are in trouble and they need some kind of relief. If he will consider, while he waits with the advice of the Central Statistics Office, give a pension adjustment in the meanwhile, cost of living adjustment.
Madam Speaker, coming from a former Minister of Finance, I would take that as a sound suggestion that can be further explored with the Ministry of Finance. So I can, give my commitment to this Honorable House that I'll sit down with Financial Secretary and see whether that's something that can be done at this stage. But of course, we have a report coming, supposed to be in June, and that report as well perhaps can be informative on next steps or quicker steps ahead of the next budget cycle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Premier for his answer, Ms. Kwok. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, will Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please give this Honorable House a detailed position of the Territory's financial position in terms of revenue and expenditure and all legal commitments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The revenue and expenditure information is included in a table. I'm not sure if you just want me to give you the total, and then I can give the other figure.
Councilor, just a point of information. I know that some of the questions are similar, and I know the Premier doesn't have a printed copy. If he could share the electric copy with the House Assembly, so it could be distributed immediately, so we could at least follow along as the process goes on. If that's possible, Premier, if you will. So kindly oblige.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in terms of total revenue for the period, this period would be up to April 30th. Madam Speaker, the detailed breakdown as of April 2025 is provided in the following tables. So the number for revenue is $102,898,301. In terms of expenditure, for the same period, it is $119,192,147. And of course, what I said before, Madam Speaker, would apply in terms of the seasonality of when revenue is paid. So, of course, we have revenue coming on in a big tranche that usually comes through financial services in May, June. So we'll be seeing that reflected in our June financial statements. Madam Speaker, legal freedom financial commitments refer to our outstanding obligations to vendors, which are highlighted by open purchase orders in our accounting system. As no specific period was requested, information is provided for the period 1st January 2022 to 30th April 2025. I should say we have a table here that has information from 24 and 23 as well. Within this period, the accounting system indicates that there is a total of $21,896,677.73. I'll repeat that again. $21,896,677.73 in open purchase orders. And we have a table with a breakdown. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if you want me to give for the different years or.
No, just this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Premier for his answer. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Premier can tell me or tell this House if the approximately 22 million on commitment, is that part of the expenditure or it's in addition to that expenditure? The expenditure of 119 million approximately.
Madam Speaker, I didn't check that, but I would imagine that it's a part of the expenditure once the voucher has been produced. But I have to double check that, Madam Speaker, whether it's when the actual money is paid through the Treasury or when the voucher is produced. Let me check on that.
So, Madam Chair, my second follow-up. I know there are two tranches of revenue that comes from financial services in June and November. And based on the revenue stream from the other the other department, we on stream to collect the revenue we have projected? I know we spending, which we should, but are we on stream to collect that revenue?
Madam Speaker, we budgeted very ambitiously. We are perhaps slightly down on some of our revenue
Collection
projections.
or collection?
Collection. Oh, well, also the collections versus the projections. But interestingly, in a number of areas, we're up from last year, which is interesting. So in terms of our budget, we projected in excess of last year in any instances. So a lot of instances, we are up against last year's actual revenue collections. And we have controlled expenditure to accommodate for that. But we are, in some instances, above projections in some areas, just as, for instance, payroll tax collection is up thus far, which we're grateful for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, will our Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House how much of the $100 million loan has been drawn down? And please give details on the drawdown.
Madam Speaker, before I answer that question, just to confirm the Acting Accountant General, let me know that expenditure only includes the money is paid from the Treasury. Yeah, so it doesn't include,
Okay.
does not include the open purchase orders.
Somebody might be want to say, let's hear it.
Madam Speaker, when the $100 million loan facility was signed on 31st October 2024 with CIBC, a disbursement of $10 million was made to the government. Madam Speaker, as of today's date, there has been no further drawdowns on this loan facility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then. So, I'll follow up, Madam Speaker. I know the Premier just gave me, and I don't want to ask a difficult question, but based on the information the Premier gave me for the expenditure and revenue, and he only draw down $10 million. That means I guess what I'm asking is the Premier intend to draw down some of this money shortly? And when?
Madam Speaker, this year we were scheduled to draw down about $29 million for the loan. But of course, we halfway through the year. A lot of these projects are in process. Going through the procurement process. It's unlikely we'll spend to the level of the $29 million. I'm hopeful that between now and towards the end of the year that we make a significant progress on the projects, which would include money being drawn down to pay for the projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam, my last follow-up, if it's allowable, only one I had, right? Madam Speaker, so the monies for the road project that was supposed to come from the loans, and you only draw down $10 million. Where is the monies for the road project coming from? The current?
Madam Speaker, quite a bulk of the money for the road projects from the loan haven't been drawn down as yet. There may have been, I'll review, there may have been some amount last year, but that 10 million was drawn late last year. But there's a number of projects. If perhaps you listen, I believe I list them out on an answer to another question. I give a little bit more detail on exactly how the money has been spent thus far. Just a lower question. But we only draw down when we're ready to make payments to save ourselves from paying the interest. It's not really until these projects are ready to receive money that we're going to draw down. So it's expected that we're going to have a drawdown between now and the end of the year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the Premier for his answers.
I call on the member for the 8th District to ask his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask my questions of the Premier, Madam Speaker. But before I begin, Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the public for participating in the question and answer segment. People's questions and submitted questions. I'm therefore asking of the Premier and other ministers as well, Madam Speaker, on their behalf. Madam Speaker, question number 1. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honorable House with the following information? A, all amounts budgeted and spent per line item for projects and or initiatives for 2025 under his entire ministry and departments for capital and recurrent as of 30th of May, 2025. And B, cumulative amounts budgeted and the amount unspent to date for both areas outlined in A above.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In responding to this question, I have included the Premier's Office, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sustainable Development, Ministry of Financial Services, Economic Development and Digital Transformation, and the Ministry of Finance. A breakdown of the amounts budgeted and spent for each unit or department under these ministries is provided in accompanying spreadsheets for both recurrent and capital expenditure. The cumulative amount budgeted for recurrent expenditure as at 30th May 2025 was $54,615,375.40. Should I repeat that again, or?
Go ahead. I'll round it up, 54 million.
Of which $4,828,469.14 remain unspent. The cumulative amount budgeted for capital expenditure under the ministries of concern as at 30th May 2025 was $3,617,001, of which $2,367,122 remain unspent. Madam Speaker, the cumulative amount budgeted through 31st May 2025 for both recurrent and capital expenditure was $58,232,377. The amount that remains unspent for the same period for both areas was $7,195,591.08. And of course, I have a table attached. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I got a little confused with the Premier's second response, because above you said a larger number was unspent, and below, out of the $58 million for B, you said only $7 million was unspent. So I'm trying to kind of confuse in terms of which is quite accurate. Cumulative. Because you see, you did the individuals and it was a larger number unspent, but when you did the cumulative, it seems like you have less unspent. So I don't know if they add up, the numbers add up, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, sorry. I think we'll probably, Madam Speaker, Premier, don't bother going to the details. We'll sort that out when we get the actual spreadsheet. But there seems to be some anomalies there with the numbers, Premier. That would be nice. Unless I misunderstood.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I believe, let me repeat the numbers again, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please.
So the cumulative amount budgeted for recurrent as at 30th May 2024 is $54,615,375.40, of which $4,828,469.14 remains unspent. That's for recurrent expenditure.
Okay.
For capital expenditure, budgeted was $3,617,001, of which $2,367,128 remains unspent.
Okay.
And the next figures I give is for recurrent and capital combined.
Okay.
Recurrent and capital combined, just make sure. So recurrent and capital combined is $58,232,377. And the amount of unspent, this is for recurrent and capital combined, is $7,195,591.08,
Okay.
which would be the two earlier figures combined.
Yeah. Thank you, Premier. So the details is included in the spreadsheet you're saying, Premier? Yes. Okay, so absent that information, it's difficult for me to ask a follow-up, Madam Speaker. So I'll continue with question number 2. Question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister for Finance please provide this Honorable House with the following information as of 30th of May, 2025. A detailed account of total revenue collected by the territory. A detailed account of the territory's recurrent expenditure for the same period. A detailed account of the territory's expenditure, total expenditure for the same period. Yeah, no, the same answer, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I'm unable to provide the financial information as at 30th May 2025, I can confirm that the total revenue collected by the territory as of 30th April 2025 totaled $102,898,301. And the breakdown of that is included in a table that will be provided to the member. Madam Speaker, while the financial data as at 30th May 2025 is not yet finalized, I'm able to report that the total recurrent expenditure by the territory as of 30th April 2025 was $119,192,147. Madam Speaker, the total capital expenditure as at 30th April 2025 amounted to $6,100,318. This gives a total expenditure, both recurrent and capital, as at 30th April 2025 of $125,292,465. The breakdown of the expenditure is within a table to be provided to the member.
Thank you, Premier.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I'll ask my two follow-ups, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, based on the numbers provided by the Premier, revenue 102 million, total expenditure, recurrent and capital, 125, Madam Speaker. In an early question, it was understood that we had open vouchers in the amounts of about 21 million. So that wouldn't count towards, as the Premier confirmed, towards the expenditure. So that would put total expenditure, once these are paid, in the range of 146 million, thereabouts, because they probably were collected for the same period that we're questioning and just haven't been paid as yet, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, my question is that, is the Premier in no way worried about where we are in terms of on the deficit? So we're looking at potentially 146 in expenditure to 102 in revenue. That's a number, that's almost $40-something million. And it depends on how much we project to collect from financial services in the same period for June. If the Premier could share those projections, if he I know you should have that information, Premier, but if you can't, I understand. But are you not worried or concerned in terms of the level of deficit that we're seeing now, particularly during this first quarter of 2025? And what are the intentions to manage or curb this level of deficit?
Madam Speaker, I don't have the information in front of me in terms of what's budgeted monthly and what revenue we collect monthly. But if I had that, of course, in front of me, I would be able to provide a little bit more surety to the member based on, let's say, for instance, what we collected last year, month by month. Okay? But generally the trend is, Madam Speaker, that you run at a deficit early in the year until you get to May, June, where you collect that money from financial services. We would expend, just on average, you expend about 30 million, you expend about 30 million a month, and then you'll probably, in those early months, only be collecting probably 20 million a month. This is generally why the Ministry of Finance, intentionally or unintentionally, usually has some money left over at the end of the year before, that is able to take us through those months early in the year, where until we get to the June, where we get the financial services revenue. And this is why also the Ministry of Finance would be a little tough with us in terms of controlling expenditure early. They usually manage the cash flow early, so sometimes some of the contracts, etc., they wouldn't necessarily release until a little later, until the money comes in. That doesn't apply to the loan funds, which are accessible to us right now. But I am encouraged by the fact that the money that was left over from last year, in excess of 20 million, which was placed in a CD in the bank to get some quick short-term a short-term investment, which is yielding some returns for us. We haven't had the need to break that CD as yet, and we are already now in June, where we're going to get a big tranche of money. So I'm encouraged by that. But long term, Madam Speaker, it's clear that we have to have revenue raising measures so that we can have a bit more of a cushion. Keep in mind as well, Madam Speaker, in the past we didn't have this large reserve of money simply sitting down. All the money, most of the money used to be in a consolidated fund, and you would have had a little bit more of a buffer, so to speak. It wouldn't have, the figures wouldn't have looked so tight. But considering that we have that large amount of money in that reserve, I think it's important for us to build up a little buffer for ourselves so that things are not tight and you don't have to monitor the cash flow so closely. But that will come with revenue initiatives as well with control and expenditure. For a long time, for instance, Madam Speaker, we had a non-contributory pension scheme. Right now we're renting a lot from businesses. When we go back into the complex, we should be able to save some money. We're exploring renewable energy, that we can save some money on electricity. There's a number of things that we have to do, Madam Speaker, to control expenditure, as well as introducing more hotels, more revenue raising initiatives that can help us be moving in the right direction, so to speak, as it pertains to revenue and expenditure. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Premier, for your long response and on that follow-up. But all due respect, Premier, you didn't have to touch the $20 million in the CD because you owe vendors $22 million. The open vouchers is in the range of $22 million that's owed to struggling small businesses in this territory that need the money. And we need to find a way to pay businesses on time. You cannot be at this stage in May and owing $22 million to businesses, to persons who are struggling and need this money. Some of those persons the rated workers who are calling me every day. So that's a concern, Madam Speaker, Premier. But my question is, though, Premier, I think we deeply have to look at the trajectory, the difference in terms of the between revenue and expenditure is $40-something million, Premier. That's huge. In any quarter, despite when your revenues come in, that's huge. And you also have to look at the fact that the way that we're paying vendors, Premier, I think we need to tell the people, Premier, can you, with any assurance, assure the businesses of this territory that those outstanding vouchers, some $21 million, $22 million, as said by you, will be settled before the end of this month? Can you assure the people of the Virgin Islands who are owed this money that their payments could be settled by the end of this month?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. I just want to provide some clarity. Some of those open vouchers represent contracts where works won't be completed. So it shouldn't be assumed just because we have open vouchers in the system that it means that persons are owed monies for works completed. Also, Madam Speaker, as we said before, in terms of seasonality, revenue is seasonal. So even though at this stage you have a deficit, it doesn't mean that you'll have a deficit by the end of the year. And the member is right, however. I get complaints from numerous vendors who are owed by government. We do take too long to pay vendors in many instances. and it's something that I would like to see speak. I do have to recognize our Treasury Department, who is making great efforts to pay persons. You mentioned the rated program. I also have to mention accounts unit and a Ministry of Financial Services making great efforts, and I think they're seeing some results in getting the workers paid more timely. But we can always do a better job. And some of the open vouchers we have, I'm told, would represent some works which have not even been completed. We might have opened the voucher, maybe the contract never was completed, and therefore the accounting officers never closed out that voucher, and so it remained open. So it has to be a reconciliation exercise to see actually which one of those open vouchers represents monies which need to be paid to vendors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Premier. And my just last thought, Premier, is if it's $10 million or $1 million, it's too much money owed to vendors and struggling small businesses and individuals who need their money in a time like this, Madam Speaker. So we have to ensure that persons are paid. And we really need to make that commitment, Premier. Madam Speaker, next question, question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honorable House with the following information? A, as of 30th of May 2025, what was the amount of funds left on the subhead that funds the rated program? B, it is my understanding that the program has been suspended for most districts. Could the Premier and Minister for Finance please advise if this is so? If it is, when is the program expected to resume?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, as of 30th May 2025, there was $1,503,496.66 in the subhead for the rated program. Madam Speaker, the rated program was never suspended in this financial year. Today, 3rd June, the last set of contracts will conclude. Is it the 3rd of June? Yes, it is. Is it? No, it's not. So today, the 5th of June, the last set of contracts will conclude, and another set of workers, including apprentices, will be engaged effective the 16th June 2025. And let me just say in addition to my answer, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, because of course the member would be correct that we did have some concerns about funding for the program. And in a meeting with my finance officials, I let them know that I would like to see funding that would fund this program till the end of the year. And that we have a SAP which will be forthcoming in order to facilitate that. And we did an advance warrant ahead of the SAP so that we had the necessary monies to ensure that the program continued. But I believe that the program is doing well. Once, you know, we got it going. It took us a little time to really get it going the way we wanted to, but I believe that the teams in the various districts have been doing a good job. We looking at some ways in which we can become even more efficient in terms of controlling expenditure and giving value for money. But we have every intention of making sure that the program continues until year end. And we somewhat estimated that from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, somewhere in the region of $3 million can make that happen, which I think is competitive when we looked at what we used to do as it pertains to the bush cutting exercises, somewhere around 3 times a year, 2 or 3 times a year. I think it's competitive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, I listen, and thank you, Premier, for your, Madam Speaker, thank you, Premier, for your answer to the question and the additional detail that was provided. Madam Speaker, just a clarification, and then I'll ask my follow-up. Premier said that the program hasn't been suspended, Madam Speaker, but as I look around the territory, I don't see anybody working. So I don't know what has happened, particularly with that. But, Madam Speaker, the program, first of all, the program ended in the eastern area, in my district, on the 20th of May. So most workers stopped at the 20th of May. We're now 16 days later, just over 2 weeks, and they're yet to be paid up until just before we started the question and answer segment. I got a WhatsApp from the team leads that the members are still yet to be paid, Premier. These are persons who, this is the money that they depend on. There's no other source of revenue for many of them. They're looking for this as a permanent source of employment. We cannot be here 2 weeks later and not paying the workers, Premier. Premier, can you tell me when these workers are expected to be paid for the works that they've conducted? As you rightfully said out your own mouth, very good work, many of them across the territory has conducted. Can you advise when these workers will be paid?
Madam Speaker, again, let me agree with the member. We don't want to have the members of the program not paid for a significant amount of time. There were some teams working after the date that you quoted, I believe those persons who are working have now concluded, and I think a new set will begin in 16th June. Madam Speaker, the member also mentioned about permanent employment. As it stands right now, it's not permanent because of the public service rules. Because if they were to become permanent, they would have to be regularized through the government system and become actual employees of the government, which right now they are not employees of the government, they're temporary workers. But I am happy, Madam Speaker, to have a discussion with my colleagues in the House of Assembly about what we can propose that might provide a more permanent solution moving forward. What changes we can make to the program or how the program can transform. But I am encouraged that the program is meeting its purpose as it pertains to the cleaning of the roadside right now. In terms of getting the persons paid, actually, since you gave me that information, I'm going to send a WhatsApp message right now and see if I can get the exact date where all the different teams will be paid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Premier. My second follow-up, Madam Speaker, to Premier. And I'm happy to hear the Premier, and he sort of answered it in somewhat, but I'm happy to hear his indication that he's willing to get something permanent for those individuals who have shown a level of commitment to doing this type of work. Because I don't really see where we're going to get additional persons to do the second team's, Premier, because there are not that many persons who have signed up and are actually willing to work, to do the work based on what we've seen over the last 2 years doing this program. But my question to you, Premier, I know that there was a discussion and an announcement by yourself and your office to raise the threshold from $10,000 to $25,000, which would have given some of these individuals who would have to cut off now because they'd have reached that $10,000 threshold to continue and do the work, some of the good work that they've been doing, because in many instances there are not enough persons who are interested in doing that type of work. Where are we in terms of the extension of that threshold and ensuring that those individuals who have not reached that $25,000 threshold could get an opportunity to extend beyond the $10,000 and continue to do some of the good work that they've been doing throughout the territory. There's a follow-up. I only two of them I have. It's the second one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got a quick reply on the payment, so you'll have some good news to report to the team leaders. Acting Accountant General has informed me that the rated checks were printed today.
Good.
And available for collection at the Treasury.
I'm sure the people are listening are happy to hear that.
Yeah, so they have been printed, and we apologize. I guess that's just a little bit over 2 weeks, but we apologize to those persons. But as I've been saying, the Treasury Department and the Ministry they've been making strides as it pertains to making sure that they are paid.
After question.
Madam Speaker, please forgive me. I had a senior moment. Can you just repeat?
No, I was just asking, Premier, you spoke about, and first of all, I want to thank the Treasury Department for making those monies available to the individuals who are in dire need of their resources. I want to thank the Treasury Department for that. Now, I was asking, Premier, in terms of the $25,000 threshold that you announced early in the year that you extended, where are we in ensuring that that is the case?
Madam Speaker, this was brought to my attention, and I immediately discussed it with my financial secretary, because I was quite surprised to hear person saying that. The financial secretary told me it shouldn't be a problem, and he would follow up and to ensure that that $25,000 threshold is a threshold that was being considered. I did receive some information that some persons were interpreting that the Public Finance Management Act had to be the part of it that deals with procurement has to be repealed. And actually, Madam Speaker, that is something that I've brought to Ministry of Finance's attention. The Public Finance Management Act used to deal with procurement. We have an act that is a standalone procurement act now. At the point where we brought that, we should have repealed the sections in the Public Finance Management Act. So we've been having, it seems like years now, amendments to the Public Finance Management Act prepared to come. But what I'll do, Madam Speaker, is I will just instruct the Financial Secretary to prepare that amendment exclusive of all of the other wide-ranging amendments to Public Finance Management Act, because it's taken very long, so we can go ahead and repeal those sections, so that there's no conflict between the two acts, and there's clarity as it pertains to the thresholds. But the Procurement Act says very clearly, as it pertains to procurement, that the threshold is now for having a signed contract is $25,000. Everything else is work orders and purchase orders, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier, for your response, but just to note that your departments are not applying it that way. Though you feel that you say it's not a problem, the departments are not applying it that way. So I'll move on to question number 4. Question number 4. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier, Minister for Finance, please provide this Honorable House with the following information. A, when was the Trade Commission suspended? The duration of the suspension, and has the suspension expired? If the answer is yes, what legal authority is the Department of Trade currently operating under, considering the new act was passed, assented to, and brought into force by the Premier?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. The Trade Commission, through the suspension of the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2020, was suspended on the 23rd November 2023 when the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act, Suspensory Act 2023 came into force. The duration and expiration of the suspension of the Trade Commission rests solely with myself as the Minister with responsibility for the Trade Commission, who, whenever I am satisfied that it is necessary to bring the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2020 into force, will by notice published in the Gazette appoint a date on which the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act shall come into force. Madam Speaker, the Department of Trade is currently operating under the Ministry of Financial Services, Economic Development and Digital Transformation until I, as a Minister with responsibility for the Trade Commission, am satisfied that it is necessary to bring the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2020 into force. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Premier. Thank you for your response. Premier, upon the suspension at the time, my follow-up question, Madam Speaker, you mentioned it will be suspended, or the minister at the time mentioned that it would have been suspended for a year for evaluation, and then you would have come back to the people. I think we're well into almost a year and a half since it has expired. Can the people get some indication on when you intend to move forward? As you know that there was a protest on a lot of issues that the Trade Commission has responsibility over. The whole issue of consumer protection and all the challenges that people have faced in the public space that the Commission was designed, legislated to address. Can you really give the people some assurance when they could see some of those statutes coming into force to get some release in the public space?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. And indeed, yes, I'm well aware of the protest. It was a birthday gift, an interesting birthday gift for me on Monday. And indeed, some of the matters which I guess were put forward to me by the persons who demonstrated in accordance with our democratic system. Indeed, some of those issues had to do with cost of living and minimum wage, etc. So work has been done, Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the fact that the Trade Commission has not come back. Through the ministry, through the Department of Trade, we have been working on a number of issues, consumer protection issues. The Investment Act will soon be coming back to this Honorable House for some amendments. So work has been ongoing on the matters which matter to the people. But I do agree that we want to be able to speed that up because of the pressing matters, especially with the uncertainty in global trade, and of course, and the rising costs in global trade. So yes, the Trade Commission Act has not been brought back originally when we said it would be. It has been delayed with all of the different areas of focus, but I can assure the public that it is a priority for us, not just bringing back the Trade Commission, but clarifying what aspects will remain with the ministry, what aspects will remain with the trade, well, with the ministry, I should say, and what aspects will be with the commission when it comes on.
So no timeline, Premier?
I can't give a timeline right now as it pertains to the Trade Commission. I would prefer to consult with the minister responsible for the area right now, Honorable Lorna Smith, before I give a firm date. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 5. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister for Finance please provide this Honorable House with the following information? A, when will the business case on the Terrace B Let Summit International Airport be made public? B, which of the proposed expansion options presented at the public meetings is the government in favor of, and will they come back to the public before a decision is made? And C, what are the options for financing and development?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. The draft business case for the expansion of the TV Letsom International Airport has been received and is currently under thorough review. The ministry is actively collaborating with the consultant to fine-tune the document with a view to completing the final version for presentation of recommendations to Cabinet. It is important to note that the draft business case is not a public document at this stage. It will only be made public once it has been laid on the table of this Honorable House or published in the official gazette. The outline business case proposes an option for a 7,000-foot runway, which is based on the statement of requirements outlined in the approved strategic case, as well as other critical considerations, including safety requirements and communications from airline carriers. Regarding financing, Madam Speaker, various options for funding and development are currently being carefully explored to ensure the most effective and sustainable approach. The final expansion option will be further refined following the outcome of a detailed environmental impact assessment study, for which the Ministry is currently working with the BVI Airport Authority to develop the terms of reference for the tender. The final decision on the expansion option will depend on the findings of the EIA. Meanwhile, the government is still carefully reviewing the proposed expansion options presented at the public meetings, with no final decision made to date. The government remains committed to transparency and public engagement and will communicate with the public before any final decision is reached. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question, and I will ensure this Honourable House is kept informed as the process progresses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for that very detailed response. And I'm sure the public has been listening, because it's a project that has keen interest from many in the public. My quick follow-up, Madam Speaker, in terms of timeline, can the Premier share in terms of some type of timeline to give political sense of what to expect? The process that you outlined in the beginning of your statement, in terms of Cabinet and then subsequently to the House, when do you endeavor to get this document to the House and by extension to the people of the Virgin Islands? And in terms of, just a part B, so I don't have a second follow-up, is to ensure that the stakeholders, the key stakeholders, the people in that community, the businesses, the representative who didn't have the benefit of a proper conversation prior to the public discussion, so that I could then be in a position to speak to my people in an intelligible way, will be part and parcel of that process before we go forward.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his A and B follow-up. Just to say, Madam Speaker, that the minister responsible for communications and works, I've been engaging with him on this, and while I can't give a specific timeline, I can say I've been, speaking to him about getting that Cabinet paper into Cabinet this month. I really would like to see things move forward expeditiously as opposed to dragging on. Of course, we're trying to do things in a responsible manner, but I've been emphasizing to every agency who is playing a part and playing a role that time is moving quickly, and this is a priority project for the government, and we want to see it move forward quickly. And I agree completely with the member that we have to ensure that once we have gotten to the next stage, that we inform all the stakeholders and have a conversation with the stakeholders, especially about the options moving forward, how the length of the runway, how much it's going to cost, what is the disruption that is going to take place to the stakeholders in the area, what is the plan. And I can appreciate the fact that persons need to know answers to these questions and would be very unsettled until they had the answers. So I certainly pledge to first of all, ensure that we move with urgency and also that we consult comprehensively. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Thank you for your response to that. Moving on, Madam Speaker, I won't have a second follow-up. Question number 6. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister for Finance please provide this Honorable House with the following information? A, do we currently have a functioning business bureau within the Trade Department that offers technical and financial support to residents and businesses? If the answer is yes, please outline how prospective businesses could benefit from these initiatives and a detailed outline of the process. And C, if no, please advise why not and provide a timeline when, if, this will be in place to support the businesses of the Virgin Islands.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member. Yes, the Department of Trade has a National Business Bureau that offers financial and technical assistance. Technical assistance focuses on advancing the business owner's knowledge in the areas of market research and strategy, business planning and development, risk management, human resources management, and financial planning and management in conjunction with the H. Laverty Stouff Community College. The technical assistance also has a mentorship component. Madam Speaker, financial support is provided through the MSME grant program. This program allows the Department of Trade to offer grants to assist MSMEs in further developing their products and services while fortifying their operations. This grant enables MSMEs to become more stable, competitive, and economically beneficial to the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, prospective businesses would benefit from training, mentorship, and networking opportunities that will help them to make the necessary decisions and connections for their business growth. With the future establishment of the Innovation Business Lab, MSMEs would have a workshop to facilitate their operations, conduct research, hold meetings, and create product prototypes. The MSME grant program not only focuses on the provision of finances, but also on business development and fortification. Madam Speaker, the process through which prospective businesses can access the technical services is as follows. The business owner will contact the National Business Bureau by phone or email. The business owner will submit a request and supporting information in writing, and request a meeting with the business development manager. The National Business Bureau will then assess the request and define the needs of the MSME and develop an appropriate business development training program for the MSME. A copy of the development program and a schedule of activities will be provided to the MSME. Madam Speaker, prospective businesses can access the financial services in the form of a grant as follows. The applicant will complete and submit the grant application form and provide business documentation, including good standing compliance documentation. The National Business Bureau will conduct due diligence in verifying the trade license, proof of Virgin Islands ownership, and police certificate. The MSME Grant Committee would then assess all applications using established criteria, including good standing and the details of the request, paying special attention to the use of the grant. A list of the selected grant applicants will be provided to the Minister for awarding of the grant. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for that detailed response. And I know that the businesses have been listening, persons have submitted this, and apparently that they're not aware, Madam Speaker, of this information. And I want to encourage the Premier and his department to submit, have some kind of public relation in terms of how businesses could access support, technical support or otherwise, from the department. My quick follow-up, Madam Speaker, is the training that the Premier outlined, Madam Speaker, that is being conducted in conjunction with the college. Do the businesses have to pay for this training and support and the mentorship that is being discussed? Is this something that is a fee-for-service situation? I know before we had the Power Move Academy, where quarterly or twice a year we used to have these training sessions and mentorship sessions that were well publicized in terms of how businesses could have gotten on board. How does this engagement with HLSCC work for the businesses that have an interest in doing this?
Madam Speaker, that I have to confirm. Okay. confirm that right at this particular moment, but I can promise to have the requisite persons provide that information. Thank you. And I do agree with the member. We did have a somewhat of a ceremony when we handed out grants at some stage. It was last year, I believe. We had a ceremony surrounding that. Some persons would have seen that, but we are getting ready to give out some more grants. In fact, in the SAP, I will most likely be requesting some more money so we can increase the amount of grants we're going to give. So that's an opportunity for us to publicize. We have quite a number of applications, I should say, and we have reviewed the policy as it pertains to the stringent requirements that many persons have complained about. But we will do some more advertisement of the program so persons could be aware of this service which is being provided by the government, and we can do the same thing as it pertains to the program through the college. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I look forward to that information. I think it's vital, not just for me, but for the public, so persons could know what to expect in terms of accessing this information. Question number 7, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister for Finance please provide this Honorable House with the following information? A, was funding placed in the 2025 budget for increase for retirees' pensions and wages? B, if the answer is no, why not? C, is there any plans for a future supplementary SAP in 2025 to provide funding so that struggling pensioners could get a much-needed adjustment to their wages?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, it is one that this question remains dear to my heart. It is no secret to this Honorable House that I have a passion for history and culture and what the people of these Virgin Islands have done and how much they have sacrificed to ensure that this generation has the opportunity to enjoy the benefits of their toil, sweat, and labor. Pensioners who no longer receive full salaries are particularly vulnerable to the rising cost of living in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, it is a burden that I carry. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that a compensation review is being undertaken by It should be noted that a compensation review was conducted by PwC, and the alignment of pensions to keep pace with factors such as cost of living were part of 2 separate work streams. The objectives of the compensation review, which informed a fairly recent salary increase for public officers, were to make recommendations to government on the following: a classification system that enables a focus on competencies, not just position, title, and grade, appropriate job families for modern public service, a total reward scheme that enables base pay and variable pay such as allowances, performance bonuses, and any other benefits to be considered and articulated as part of the overall compensation package, and how to ensure the public services compensation keeps pace with inflation and market value. Madam Speaker, the compensation review completed by PwC addressed salaries and allowances for active public officers, and now attention is being directed towards retired officers and eligible ex gratia recipients. In February 2025, Cabinet approved the formation of a pension reform steering committee co-chaired by the Deputy Governor and the Financial Secretary, with representation from key institutions, including the Virgin Retired Public Officers Association. The committee has been tasked with conducting a thorough review of existing pension and ex gratia arrangements and to explore feasible mechanisms to adjust these payments in line with prevailing economic conditions. Madam Speaker, Cabinet also decided at the same meeting that the Ministry of Finance by June 2025 conduct a review of existing pensioners to determine if pension payments are at a reasonable rate, taking into account the relevant factors within and relating to the economy, and would make appropriate recommendations for a rate increase of pension to pensioners and the surviving spouses of deceased pensioners who in receipt are eligible for a pension on or before 1st January 2024. Madam Speaker, this work has begun in earnest and is on track to report back to Cabinet with recommendations in this month. With the acceptance of the recommendations, which may or may not require further development, it is the intent of my government to allocate funding to support any increase, whether through a supplementary in 2025, which is based on availability of funds, or inclusion in the 2026 budget with forward years. Matter of arrears will also be taken into consideration. Madam Speaker, it would be naive of me to assume that facilitating any increase to pensions in the current construct is sustainable. I remain passionate about pension reform, which includes consideration of a contributory pension scheme. Madam Speaker, Cabinet has charged the Office of the Deputy Governor and the Ministry of Finance to champion this initiative, and I will continue to push these efforts to ensure that the important discussions are had. We get the best advice on the matter, the public gets due opportunity to weigh in on the discussions, and ensure that the required policies and legislation are put in place to advance a sustainable pension scheme for the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for your response. Madam Speaker, Premier, the only follow-up I'll have on this, Madam Speaker, is just to, Premier, to reiterate the question or the point raised earlier by the territorial member, that we need to seriously consider a cost of living adjustment for these individuals. Many of these persons are struggling. It's a point of concern for many of them whenever we have contact with them in terms of where they are financially at this point in their lives. We seriously need to consider a cost of living adjustment, Premier, for those individuals before the year is over, before we formally complete this process. I see we're doing it now at the the airport authority. They're doing an initial cost adjustment allowance for some of the workforce, and I know they're not happy, but at least something has to be done for our pensioners in this very difficult time of their lives. Madam Speaker, and I think we need to consider that.
Honorable, what's the follow-up question?
If he's going to consider it, that's the question.
Madam Speaker, yes, consistent with what I stated to at-large member, I will sit down with the Financial Secretary and see if that's something that can be done. But again, emphasizing that the report is due this month, which could be informative on next steps. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Premier. I'm sure the people are listening as well. Question number 8. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister for Finance please provide this Honourable House with the following information as of 30th of May, 2025. A, the number of active work permits at the Department of Labour. B, the different nationalities and the number of persons per nationality. C, percentage of the workforce per nationality and in total, and the work permit holders. D, how many Virgin Islanders belongers are registered with your new online system or otherwise seeking employment in the territory.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, the provided information is reflective of the data in the labor management system based on registration since July 2024. The number of active work permits at the Department of Labor and Workforce Development as of 30th May 2025 is 5,913. This is inclusive of 5,270 approved work permits and 696 permits awaiting consideration. And I emphasize again that this is based on persons registered in the labor management system. Madam Speaker, the provided information is reflective of the data in the labor management system based on registration since July 2024. In relation to active work permits, there are 106 different nationalities, and the number of persons for each nationality varies. For this purpose, I will highlight the top 10 nationalities and the number of persons in each category. Jamaica, 709. First to last, or highest to
Lowest.
lowest. Jamaica, 709. Philippines, 630. Dominican Republic, 547. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 522. United Kingdom, 477. United States of America, 389. Guyana, 374. South Africa, 153. Dominica, 151. And St. Lucia, 140. A full listing of the nationalities and the number of persons per nationality has been provided to the clerk for circulation. I'd be happy to provide any further information on a specific nationality if the member might be interested in ascertaining. Madam Speaker, the provided information is reflective of the data in the labor management system based on registration since July 2024. In the workforce, there are 6,090 work permit holders. Similarly, for this purpose, I will... What's this thing? So this is percentage. For this purpose, I will highlight the top 10 percentages of the workforce per nationality. Jamaica, 10.82%. Philippines, 9.38%. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 8.58%. Dominican Republic, 6.85%. Guyana, 6.14%. United Kingdom, 4.83%. United States of America, 3.42%. Dominica, 2.34%. St. Lucia, 2.26%, and South Africa, 2%. A full listing of the percentage of the workforce per nationality and total work permit holders has been provided to the clerk for circulation. I'd be happy to provide any further information on a specific nationality the member might be interested in ascertaining. Madam Speaker, there are 2,342 Belonger/Virgin Islanders registered on the labor management system. It's difficult to ascertain from the system the number of Belongers, Virgin Islanders who are otherwise seeking employment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier provided information based on a system and based on the numbers and historical information that's come to this House. That number can be accurate, Premier, in terms of the active work permits. You're saying to me that only 5,000 work permits we have in the territory? I don't think that is accurate, because my question was based, not based on a system, but based on the active work permits. And so my question is, how can we get the more detailed information, Madam Speaker, because that is important, because we're talking about making decisions on minimum wage and all these factors, but the data has to be accurate to be informative. So can the Premier get that additional information for us outside of this system? Because you have to have that information somewhere.
Madam Speaker, I would imagine that the department would have, transitioned from the manual system that they had before to, everybody on the labor management system that they had work permits for. But, Madam Speaker, we know that there will be businesses in the territory which have not been regularized, which perhaps are having persons working without a work permit, etc. But based on the department and work permits that the department is managing, this would be the number. Madam Speaker, keep in mind as well that quite a number of persons would have become residents. Quite a number of persons would have become belongers. And we still have some persons who have exemptions from work permits for one reason or the other. I will, Madam Speaker, go back and query the information to see where the gaps may be, and to see, if this figure is not accurate, how do we ascertain the true number? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just my last follow-up, Madam Speaker, Premier. You mentioned over 2,000 persons, belongers and Virgin Islanders, that are registered seeking jobs of the 5,000 plus active work permits that we have. What is your ministry and your departments doing to ensure that those Virgin Islanders, belongers who are seeking employment transition into the workforce?
Madam Speaker, I'll perhaps, refer the member to the answer I gave to Honorable Walden, leader of the opposition, on a similar type question. I'll see if I can bring it up here. There's a program that we are getting ready to introduce.
So you don't have anything right now?
Well, Madam Speaker, of course we know that the Department of Labor does have a workforce training division, and it is their job to try to assist these belongers, Virgin Islanders, in getting employment. But we do recognize that there's some challenges there. There's a skills gap. Quite in a number of instances, there's a skills gap. A skills gap for those Virgin Islanders, belongers in the workforce who are not working. And we also should acknowledge that the Ministry of Education is really the pathway to persons realizing their full potential and gaining employment. And of course, the ministry would have been doing a number of things to educate persons and to equip them with skills between, primary and secondary education, as well as our tertiary education in institutions within the territory. But to enhance our efforts, we are going to be introducing, for some reason the name of it escapes me. So
I remember the answer, Premier. I think you don't necessarily have to read it again. So.
Okay, and in addition to that, of course, we want to be able to enhance the rated program, to be able to offer skills to these persons, even the persons who are working in the landscaping exercise, offer them some skills so that they can get into some permanent employment. These are the persons who we want to become our carpenters, our masons, our electricians, our plumbers, and I believe having them in that rated program, because the rated program is, I would say, quite popular among the unemployed Virgin Islanders, belongers. It presents us an opportunity, having registered them for that particular program and have quick access to them, to introduce them to some other programs so we can provide them with some skills, or help them, even if they do have skills, help them in some other areas that might help them to become employed. permanently. So, Madam Speaker, it remains a challenge for us, but it's a challenge I believe that we are taking on, with intent to be successful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Premier. I'll move on, Madam Speaker, to question number 9. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier, Minister for Finance, please provide this Honorable House with the following information? A, what was his government's basis for increasing the minimum wage to $7.25 an hour and not to the $8.50 as was previously recommended by a review and report done by a committee commissioned by his administration? And B, is his government also considering increasing the tax-free threshold to ease the burden on already struggling small businesses to allow for more money in the pockets of the employees?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. The increase to the minimum wage will be implemented using a phased approach. This phased approach will help mitigate against economic shocks and help balance the impact of the wage increase. This approach aims to give businesses time to adjust their operational costs while ensuring that employees benefit from better wages. Now, let me continue. A number of interventions are being considered to support the increase in the minimum wage. While increasing the minimum wage is necessary to improve the standard of living for low-income workers, it also presents concerns that could worsen the rising cost of living. To balance the impacts of the wage increase, a list of targeted interventions, including the benefits to employees, employers, and the government, as well as the risks and mitigating strategies for each intervention, are being considered for implementation. An increase to the tax-free threshold is one of the interventions which is being considered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I don't have a follow-up, Madam Speaker. You said that the threshold is being considered, you said. So a decision hasn't been made as yet. All right. Question number 9, Madam Speaker. No, number 10, Madam Speaker. I'll move on. No follow-ups on that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honorable House with the following information? A, it is still the intent of his administration to build a fishing and agriculture processing plant in Paraquita Bay, when the farmers and, in particular, fishermen have disagreed with this approach? B, how much money is budgeted for technical support and grants to farmers and fishermen?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I must say that the concept of including a fish processing component at the food processing complex at Paraquita Bay was never properly understood. It was never my intention for fisher folk to land catch at Paraquita Bay. The catch would have been landed at various sites throughout the Virgin Islands, which would be the primary places the fisher folk would be engaged. However, we have adjusted the scope of the food processing complex due to budgetary constraints. Therefore, we have removed the fish processing component, and we will be expanding the scope of the fish landing site planned for Barbados Bay to a full fisheries complex. Sorry, I'll start over. My button wasn't pressed. Madam Speaker, I must say that the concept of including a fish processing component at the food processing complex was never properly understood. It was never my intention for fisher folk to land catch at Paraquita Bay. The catch would have been landed at various sites throughout the Virgin Islands, which would be the primary places the fisher folk would be engaged. However, we have adjusted the scope of the food processing complex due to budgetary constraints. Therefore, we have removed the fish processing component, and we will be expanding the scope of the fish landing site planned for Bargus Bay to a full fisheries complex. As it pertains to the food processing complex in Paraquita Bay, the project status is that the current design has been chosen. Final designs and its approval are expected by the end of July 2025. It is expected that implementation will commence October 2025 and extend into 2026. Prior to tendering for construction, it is the intent to communicate to stakeholders the revised project scope. Monies were originally budgeted under the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries under other consultancy, $130,000, and farmers and fishermen assistance, $136,521.86. However, as per Warrant 3 of 2025 of 3rd April 2025, monies from both subheads were transferred from under the department to the Premier's office. The Premier's office has drafted a grants policy for farmers and fishers that is currently being reviewed. We are aiming to have the policy submitted to Cabinet by the end of this month, following which we will issue the requisite notices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for your response. Madam Speaker, two follow-ups. First follow-up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier, you mentioned that the fishing component of the processing plant is going to be moved to Bargus Bay. The same Bargus Bay we had a plant we destroyed, we got insurance money, and same place, okay. So, yeah, well, that's the question. Can you tell us where this location would be in terms of a processing plant, and what will be the components of this processing plant? Will we be able to get, like we used to before, the products that the fishermen used to get, the fuel, the ice, the ability to sell their fish there and so forth, and all the things? Can you explain to the fishermen what to expect from this processing plant, and in terms of the subsequent outlets that you spoke about as well?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. And just to confirm, it is not the same site as was there before. That site and that area was being handed over to the Ports Authority for their future expansion plans. But not too far from that area. The plan was to, Madam Speaker, use the Omar Hodge Fisherman Wharf area on the side where local businessman had his boats. And my understanding that he'll be moving those over to the beach area there. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's a historic moment. Somebody take a picture. Mr. Speaker. So yeah, moving the area, moving to that particular area where that businessman, has his boats and equipment, etc. And he's going to be moving it to that area there by Baba Jean Beach. So those plans are not finalized, but that's what we're in discussions about right now. And yes, the plan is to offer the same services which were there before. Thank you.
Wants to add anything? Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, sorry. Thank you for your response, Premier. And just to clarity, it was also my understanding, just for clarity, that you mentioned in your first response, before I do my second follow-up, that site was also part of what the port was supposed to consume. Can you just verify based on your follow-up to your answer to my first follow-up?
The original site where the fishing complex was?
No, the site where the businessman is now being relocated from also was part of what was supposed to be consumed by the port.
I have to double check on that, Mr. Speaker. I had the same question myself, and we were just verifying. But I can guarantee you it's going to be somewhere in that region. So somewhere in that area, we will be having a fishing complex. So we'll just work out the specific details. And, my good colleague, Minister of Communications, and will also assist me in communicating the need for having a fishing complex in that particular area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure we set the right expectation, Mr. Speaker, for the fishermen in this country has been without a complex for going on 8 years, Mr. Speaker, which you are very well aware, representing a fishing district. Follow-up number 2, quickly, Premier. In terms of the grants, Mr. Speaker, can the Premier tell this Honourable House in terms of how soon that persons, particularly the farmers, some of them who were devastated after the flooding events of last year, and trying to get their crops back up and getting some support to get those crops and produce, as we fought for that in the SAP, to get some funding there for those fishermen and farmers. How soon can they look forward? Not like the last one where we mismanaged some $2 to $3 million. I mean, a proper grant program to valid fishermen and farmers. Can you advise how soon we could get up and running?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague told me to say I should ask whether we could have a fish complex at Fish Bay. Maybe you could ask your colleague next to you whether that's possible.
He good at speaking for himself.
All right, but Mr. Speaker, we're looking at the third quarter.
Okay. Thank you, Premier. Nice and concise, and I appreciate that. Fishermen and farmers appreciate that as well. Question number 11. Yeah, fishermen, I know the concerns. Question number 11. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister for Finance please advise this Honourable House on the protracted delay in completing the stretch of road from Paraquita Bay to Hodges Creek? If his ministry or his government had any discussions with the businesses in the area regarding support and or compensation regarding the loss of revenue and damage to property in some instance, and also considering that he is the substantive representative for the area. Substantive. Yeah, that. He's a representative for the area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministry has engaged in discussions with several businesses located in proximity to the ongoing roadworks, particularly those directly adjacent to the project. We have also received written correspondence from a number of business owners. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has engaged in discussions with several businesses located in the proximity of the ongoing roadworks, particularly those directly adjacent to the project. We have also received written correspondence from a number of business owners outlining the impact that the construction activities have had on their operations. The Department of Trade has visited a number of those businesses, and we are amending the MSME grant policy to accommodate grants for a number of those businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to hear that we're giving those businesses some support, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure many of them have asked me about this, Mr. Speaker, so I'll not go any deeper and just take it at that there's some support coming. Question number 12, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the concerns about national security and safety of the BVI, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what is being done in the Longlook and Eastern area communities to A, have a consistent community patrol in the various communities, B, improve the building that houses the Eastern Police Station to a more modern structure and with the necessary equipment, and C, increase the capacity of officers at the station to serve and protect both communities.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to member for this question. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. To ensure consistent community patrols, a revised patrol plan has been implemented to increase police presence in the Longlook Eastern area, with special attention given to late evenings and weekend patrols. Officers are now required to complete community engagement stops with business owners and key residents during each shift to increase visibility and build trust. Mr. Speaker, to improve the East End Police Station building and its equipment, the RVIPF is currently engaged in sourcing funding to conduct deep mold remediation, install portable air purifiers, and provide appropriate protective equipment to affected staff. Mr. Speaker, to increase the officer capacity at East End to serve and protect effectively, the force is actively reviewing current staffing allocations, especially those assigned to non-operational duties, with a view to reassigning officers to frontline enforcement roles. A request for an additional patrol vehicle, along with digital enforcement tools, for example, mobile data terminals and surveillance drones, has been submitted to improve coverage and response time in the Eastern Longlook area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for that response. I know that you're not the substantive holder of the post, and in terms of law enforcement, we have to act through you. But, Mr. Speaker, the building that houses a police station, Premier, that building has been there since you and I were kids, growing up in that community, and it has to be well over 40 plus years old, and has some serious aging problem in terms of its structural concerns, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Premier, are you prepared to put the necessary funding in place so that the police officers in our community could have a safe environment, first of all, to do their operations from, and to ensure that we have a safe community? As you know, that our community is one of the largest, if not the largest, in the entire territory, and we require the resources to be able to protect the citizenry of that community. So are you committed to putting the funding in place to get a new building and the support that the police need to protect our community and the wider territory on the whole?
Mr. Speaker, I'd have to say yes. I am. I think it's a good discussion to have in terms of the big plans that the 7th and 8th District has. One of the larger communities. We're developing the community. We have a number of ways in which we want to develop the community. And I think in terms of long-term planning, we have to think about security moving forward. And to have a modern facility there, to be able to serve the needs of the people, commensurate with the size of the community and our aspirations for that community. I think it's important for us to have that discussion right now on modernizing the facility. And that's something that, as a member of National Security Council, I will engage the governor on, and of course the acting commissioner. It perhaps be a good idea for me to perhaps do a walkthrough on the police station, so we can and have the accommodations unit have a proper assessment of the building to see whether what's the best next step with that building. Continued rehabilitation, or whether we should just build a new building. So I'm willing to engage in those discussions with the requisite forces, as well as the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I think the people of that community is happy to hear that, that discussion moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Premier for answering the questions of him in kind. Thank you. Speaker, if I may, Mr. Speaker, can I move on to the Deputy Premier? Questions to the Deputy Premier?
Go ahead, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change please provide this Honorable House with the following information. A, what is the status of the sunken or almost sunken vessel just off of Fat Hogs Bay that is leaking diesel and other foreign fluid, polluting the marine environment in the area? B, has the owner of the vessel been contacted and been served to remove the vessel? C, what is our legal coverage as a territory regarding this vessel and others like it? Can it be seized and or salvaged to the benefit of the territory?
Madam Speaker, on a point of privilege, the air conditioning is it's a little cold in here. So on a point of privilege, I would request that you turn it down, please.
We'll have it adjusted, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change remain actively engaged in addressing the matter concerning the grounded vessel at Fat Hogs Bay. Recognizing the significance of the marine industry to both the ecological and economic fabric of our territory, the Ministry continues to treat this matter with the utmost urgency and responsibility. To date, we have held multiple communications with the vessel's local representative to determine the status of the vessel's removal and associated contingency planning. During the last verbal engagement, all officers were advised that the vessel no longer contained any fuel on board and that all oil has been removed. In addition to these verbal interactions, formal written correspondence has been transmitted to the relevant representative for actioning. Comprehensive assessments have been conducted by the Virgin Islands Shipping and Marine Authority, VISMA, and the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force Marine Unit. These efforts led to a multi-agency meeting, including the Department of Disaster Management and VISMA, where possible remediation strategies were discussed. As a follow-up to this engagement, the Ministry carried out its own surface level assessment in February 2025, during which no visible signs of pollutants entering the surrounding marine environment from the barge were observed at the time. Despite these sustained efforts and interagency coordination, the matter remains unresolved. Given the critical role of a clean and navigable marine environment to our environmental sustainability and maritime economy, the Ministry remains committed to seeing this issue through to a responsible and lawful resolution. To that end, the Ministry has recently sought legal guidance from the Attorney General's chambers to determine the legal avenues available to bring this matter to finalization.
Thank you, Deputy Premier, for your comprehensive response. And I want to thank you, Deputy Premier, also for you visited the area with me before I do my first follow-up, Madam Speaker, late last week. And we saw firsthand not just that one vessel, but several other vessels that have a similar fate in the harbor in the 7th, that covers the 7th and 8th district. In terms of removal in general, Deputy Premier, Madam Speaker, Deputy Premier, can you advise any potential timeline or how aggressive are we in terms of the removal? I know that there's $1 million budgeted in this year's budget for vessel removal. Will that vessel and vessels and adjacent to that in the community be considered for that for removal as well?
Madam Speaker, it is true that there was $1 million appropriated this year for derelict vessel removal. That money is seated now with the RDA. We are contemplating removing other vessels other than the ones in Sea Bay Harbor once those are removed. So I think, Madam Speaker, that it's fair to say that this particular vessel is high on the agenda for that removal. We have asked the RDA to get an assessment on the cost for us. So when that happens, we'll see.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Premier, for your response. I look forward to us furthering advancing this this particular discussion as relates to that vessel. It's really been a serious concern for many in that community, as along with the other vessels there sunken in the harbor. Next question for the Deputy Premier, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for the Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change please provide this Honorable House with the following information. A, all amounts budgeted and spent per line item for projects and initiatives for 2025 under his entire ministry and department for capital and recurrent as of 30th May 2025. B, provide the cumulative amount budgeted and the amount unspent to date for both areas outlined above.
Madam Speaker, I'm looking at a graph or chart, and project initiative, sargassum removal, head 243-64147, subhead 528699, budgeted sum $61,200.
Deputy Premier, if it helps you, if you could just give me the, I'll save you reading all of the line items. Just give me the amount, and I'll be satisfied with that. You don't have to read every line item. I will go over it in my time. Of course not.
Cumulative amount, okay. I'll give you the line item and the budgeted amount.
Okay, fine.
So, sargassum removal, 61,200. Heavy metal sampling, 50,000. Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor Development Program, that's the program that was established before the ministry was changed name. 206,800. East End Fat Hogs Bay, 102,900. Beach development, 579,700. Land registry configuration, $213,000.
I think you're missing the unspent amount. You're missing the unspent amount for those line items.
You don't want to spend, you want the unspent. Yeah. You'll figure it out. Sargassum, the remaining is the full $61,197. What happened is that we've already started using some of that money. Okay. Because we've contracted someone to do some work already. Heavy metals, that's totally unspent. Ministry of Natural Resources labor project, spent. None of that was spent. Eastern Fat Hogs Bay, all of that is unspent. And the beach development project, to date, we've spent $274,916.63. And the land registry configuration, we've spent $111,919.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Deputy Premier, for your response. I would go on to question number 3. No more follow-up for this section. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change please provide this Honorable House with the following information? A, what's the current budget in your ministry for sargassum, you just call it out, removal from across the territory? Can the funds from the environmental levy be used for this purpose? Do you intend to source additional funds in an upcoming SAP, considering the increase of sargassum to our coastline, particularly our ports and beaches? And D, what is your ministry's strategy for tackling this sargassum invasion?
Madam Speaker, the current budget in the ministry for sargassum removal from across the territory is $38,000.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you, sir. It's 38.
38. 38. Madam Speaker, the funds from the Environmental and Tourism Improvement Levy cannot be used for this purpose. And C, Madam Speaker, this ministry does not intend to source additional funding in the upcoming SAP. And D, Madam Speaker, the ministry's strategy for tackling the sargassum invasion is to focus on priority areas as needed. For example, Trellis Bay, which we have done some work, Beef Island, and Handsome Bay, Virgin Gorda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Deputy Premier, for your response. And I want to thank you for assisting with the areas within my district that your team so ably engaged from this invasion. It could be a real nuisance to the ports and to the businesses surrounding. In terms of the environmental levy, I don't know if you have the information, Deputy Premier. My first follow-up, can you say why not? Because this indeed would be an environmental issue and a concern to our ports or beaches and the health of many persons based on the stench. Once this particular invasion, if it's not addressed quickly, it creates a very foul odor that I'm sure could have some serious health implications.
Madam Speaker, because as far as my ministry is concerned, the monies that we get from the environmental levy goes into the Virgin Islands Climate Change Trust Fund, and that fund is to be used for capital development projects. Not the fund.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your response. 38,000 you said is the budgeted amount, and based on what has happened so far, and we only middle of the year, you think that's sufficient to help manage, particularly the two areas that you had in question, Trellis Bay and Handsome Bay, which are the two areas that typically is affected, and sometimes Long Bay, Beach Beef Island, by the sargassum invasion?
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's 38,000. It depends on the nuisance that the sargassum caused during the period. And if it does, and it exceeds the 38,000, I think it's natural that we will be seeking additional funds.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I will be supporting the next SAP because I know you will need it based on what I'm seeing so far, Madam Speaker. Yeah. Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the Minister for answering the question in time. That ends the questions to the Deputy Premier and Minister for Climate Change. Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker, can I continue my questioning?
Please.
Madam Speaker, question number 1 for the Minister for Communication and Works. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please provide this Honorable House with the following information as of the 30th of May, 2025? All amounts budgeted and spent per line item, for the projects and or initiatives budgeted for 2025 under his entire ministry for capital and recurrent. B, provide a cumulative amount budgeted and the amount unspent to date for the areas outlined in A. And that was meant to be for departments as well, Minister, but I apologize. I left that part out.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I obliged with your request, so I would have to provide the departments at a later stage. Madam Speaker, I have it in a chart, but it's quite short, so I could go through it. For Eastern Langlook sewage, in the loan, we have $2 million, and expended as of 31st May, we have $432,915.51. Road Town National Sewage Project, $2 million, and expended to date $38,956.68. The Cane Garden Bay National Sewage Project, $1.5 million, spent to the 31st would be $759,789.38. Non-budgeted for the Road Town Sewage Project, but we've spent $66,182.10. Water network improvement, $2 million, spent $53,113.82. The reservoir, $720,000, none spent to date as is going through the tendering process. Road infrastructure, $1.4 million, and to date, $1,201,350.62. The road infrastructure loan, $13 million. We spent, based on engineering and money sent to RDA, $477,669.37. Development projects, $400,000. To date, we've spent $133,200.26. Road improvement for Road Town, $375,000. To date, we've spent $116,601.13. $4 million for the Central Administration Complex. To date, $187,855.43. The Road Town Fire Station, $875,000 budgeted. $192,144.15. The Virgin Gorda Fire Station, to date, $14,670 was spent. And we have $250,000 for renovation to water and sewage building, public works building, $500,000. Other fire stations, we have $100,000, and we have for gut and rehabilitation $250,000. And for those that I mentioned that I didn't say was spent, nothing has been spent to date. And for the gut rehabilitation, we spent $12,194.01. Road construction, we have budgeted $1,080,000, and we've spent $330,829 to date. We have $800 for the North Coast Road and $2 million for the Terransby project. Cumulative, we have, I think it's $31,450,000, and to date $17,498 was spent approximately. We also have for recurrent, we have grants to other government units towards street lighting, $110,000. We have road minor repairs maintenance. This is $90,000, and this is for the civil. And to date, only $14,000 was spent, whereas each district rep get $10,000 for the public roadside landscaping, bush cutting, recurrent $360,000, where each district rep received $40,000. To date, $58,640 was spent. Cumulative $560,000, approximately $73,590 to date.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And Minister, three figures that you read out jumped out at me, Madam Speaker. And my follow-up is this, Madam Speaker, the first one. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister has $31 million and change on his ministry, on the capital, based on the question that I asked. You know, that $31 million, we're in the middle of the year, Madam Speaker, and only $4 million has been spent, Madam Speaker. With all the water issues that we have, with all the issues with the roads that we have, Madam Speaker, water have $2 million, and every day people complain about water, and only $53K has been spent from that $2 million, Madam Speaker. Under the $13 million for road rehabilitation, only $477,000 has been spent in the half of the year, Madam Speaker. I said, can the minister tell us what is the problem? Why are we not getting the money spent to bring relief to the people of this country, particularly for water that everybody complains about every single day in this territory? The road that was backed up for 2 and 3 hours coming to the Eastern Lanark, from the Eastern Lanark community, and we have $30 million to be spent. What is the problem? Why we're not getting the project executed to bring relief to the people of this territory?
Thank you for the question. I do want to acknowledge the backup, as you mentioned, and apologize for that to the motoring public. Unfortunately, with the dilapidated and aging pipes, water and sewage, finally we're able to make headway in terms of repairing or paving those roads that they dug up to repair those leaking pipes. They had all plans to get concrete at the same day, and they weren't able to get it, and we were able to achieve that today. But Madam Speaker, it's simple. It's nothing new in terms of what the processes are when you come to getting a project done. Madam Speaker, the year turned, we engaged with what funds were allocated. We went forward. In the previous year, we might have had designs ready to do in excess of $10 million worth. This year, you got budget for $1 million. You had to go and revise your scope. You had to go do your designs, get your tenders submitted. And as we are going through that process, we have quite a lot of projects on stream ready to be delivered. But Madam Speaker, the member spoke about the road projects, and I just want to reiterate, we've done some asphalt paving, but I just want the public to know that those asphalt paving, they were approved in Cabinet last year, April, and we received the contract sometime after August, and with some issues with the asphalt plant and coordination, we were able to get some of those works started later in the year, into the new year. But Madam Speaker, the majority of the works pertaining to this $13 million is in the process. We have engaged the engineers as we had to go through that process, and we understand that public work, they may not have all the resources ready to do all the designs for all the works that we have slated. So we engaged private contractors. We submitted the request, they submitted the designs. We had to go through the procurement process, do the evaluation, submit the tenders. After the designs are completed based on the engineers, we now have to go assess them, then go forth and send out tenders for businesses to be able to do the actual work. So it is a process. I don't want people to think that the money is sitting there, we are looking at the money, and we are not trying to get the works done. I drive on the roads, I am affected by the water. People in my community, we are accessible throughout the entire territory, and I understand the challenges. I empathize with the public pertaining to water and pertaining to roads, but I just want the public to know that it's not for want of us not pushing to get these things done. We are doing the best that we can based on what we can get achieved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My second follow-up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all of what the minister has said in his is sequentially, as they call it, Madam Speaker. We knew before but the budget was done. This was known before the budget was done. But we came forward a budget for $31 million for the ministry. And the people of this territory 6 months later are no closer to getting any relief on these major areas, Madam Speaker. So can the minister give the people of this territory any indication on when many of these important projects, particularly the water infrastructure projects, the road improvement projects, I call public works, particularly on some issues that needed the guts were in the hurricane season. None of the guts in the district that I represent have been cleaned or prepared for the hurricane season. And public works say they don't have any funding for this. With $31 million in budget, only $4 million spent. When the people can realistically see some serious movement in addressing these serious and critical concerns to the people of this territory?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of the gut cleaning, this that was mentioned is the ministry's capital works in terms of gut rehabilitation. Public works budget is different from this, that we did not able to provide those figures. Yes, we were aware of the budget, and we engaged immediately to start working on them. The process is what the process is. We are going through those processes. There are times when a tender may ask for additional time. There are times when the additional request is being made. We can't give a tentative date. We wanted to make sure that these things were done as soon as practical. So the member making it seem like as if we're not trying to engage, I think that is, it's not the right message to send. We are actively engaged with with designers, with whomever is necessary for us to get these works achieved. And I just want the public to know that eventually or somewhere early in the third quarter, you would see us engage, and there would be quite a lot of works happening during that time.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for his response. I just want to clarify something that he said. That he said, I'm making it seem. I don't want the Minister to impute any improper motive on my behalf. What I'm doing, Madam Speaker, is simply looking at the fact that the ministry has $31 million, where in June of this year, we have 12 months in a year, and only $4 million has been spent. Yet the infrastructure of this territory is in a dilapidated state. Persons can't get water, you can't pass and drive on the roads, and that's just the reality, Madam Speaker. Question number 2.
Let me address that, Madam Speaker. I just want to remember it's seemingly that nothing is being addressed. I just want, he seemingly forgot that the $4 million is already spent in terms of those designs. We're working on contracts to get them sorted out so that the works can be done. It's a process. You just cannot take up the government funds and assign it to a contractor and tell a contractor go and do work. You must get your engineering designs, you must go through the tendering process, and we understand some of the challenges with the procurement process, but it's the process that we have to go through. But we are committed. In a later question, I think the member asked for a plan pertaining to all the works that would be assigned to the loan funding. And he would be able to see all the works that we have assigned, appropriated, and ready to go in terms of once that process is done.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister. Just over 10% of $31 million, 6 months in. That's all I'll say, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please advise this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands when the stretch of road from Parapeita Bay to Hodges Creek started officially, and based on the contractual agreement, how long was the work slated to be completed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the project officially commenced on the 21st of February 2024. And at that time of commencement, the project timeline for completion was 5 months.
2024, 5 months. So, Madam Speaker, 2024, 5 months, February 2025 is a year, and we're in June. So the project's about what, 12, 5, 7, 4, about 9 months behind schedule. Am I correct in my assessment? Can you tell us how far behind schedule is the project, Minister?
I need a little time to add up the time.
You can take the time, I have time.
All right.
You don't know
Is there an answer to the
Mr.
question?
Minister? How far behind schedule is the project currently?
I think the member already added up, so I'm not sure if you want me to confirm it, but
No, I could be wrong. I don't want to
understand.
misrepresent you, Minister, and your ministry, so please tell us how much.
Well, the project was supposed to last 5 months. Unfortunately, there were various challenges, hence we're here expecting the project to be finished within the next 2 months.
So how many months behind schedule is the project?
I would say about about 8 months.
All right, question number 3, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Communication and Works please advise this Honourable House and the people of the Virgin Islands when the stretch of road from Carter Bay to Hodges Creek is now scheduled to be completed, since he seemed to have limited activity on the road. And when this question was asked, there wasn't any activity on the road for the past several weeks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the question. I just want to confirm that the project is 11 months behind, but pertaining to the question, the project is now scheduled to be completed the 31st of July.
31st of July. Thank you. Question number 4, no follow-up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Communication and Work please advise this Honourable House and the people of the Virgin Islands what is the cause for delay stoppage of works on the stretch of road from Paraquita Bay to Hodges Creek?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the outset of the project, several challenges emerged that significantly impacted progress. In particular, deficiencies in original design and inaccuracies in the survey data led to a 6-month suspension of works in 2024, as the designs had to be redeveloped and corrected to reflect accurate site conditions. Additionally, more delays arose because of the discrepancies between the survey data held by the Public Works Department and that provided by the contractor. Madam Speaker, there were also instances where the road needed to be raised beyond the original design height. Each of these cases required modification to the engineering designs to ensure the works could be implemented properly underground. Additionally, the project faced relief issues with some property owners that required resolution during the execution of the project. Madam Speaker, while these changes have unavoidably contributed to delays, they were essential in ensuring the integrity and long-term viability of the infrastructure being delivered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Minister for his response. Madam Speaker, the Minister mentioned some of the reasons for delay. Can the Minister confirm issues like relief, survey data, and the likes? On those things that should be ironed out before a project even goes out to tender, Madam Speaker?
I do agree. Those were some of the issues that we faced with the project, and as we thought, I would presume that those things would have been done, but we are faced with them, and moving forward, I guess we would know to do better due diligence in terms of making sure those things are addressed.
So it's safe to say, Madam Speaker, and I ask a question formally, that this was a very poorly managed project from the start.
Madam Speaker, we've acknowledged that there were some delays. We acknowledge some of the challenges. These are things that happen in the real world. you learn from these things and you definitely move forward.
Yeah, 2 months to finish, 11 months delay so far, so a whole year delay. It happens in the real world. A project is delayed an entire year. It happens in the real world. Okay. Question number 5, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Ministry of Communications and Works please advise this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands what was the width of the stretch of the road from Paraquita Bay Hodges Creek prior to the start of the works, and what will it be upon completion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The original width of the stretch of road from Paraquita Bay to Hodges Creek prior to the start of the road works varied, with some sections measuring approximately 22 feet to 28 feet. Madam Speaker, the expected width of the completed roadway is approximately 26 to 28 feet, including the slipper drains, earthen drains, and or U-drains. The actual roadway will be 22 feet in width. But the perception of motorists once the entire project is completed will be of a road that is much wider and affording a comfortable ride once the asphalt paving works are completed. According to the International Road Federation, the international standards for the width of a lane on a main roadway is, in Europe, is 11 feet, and in the US is 12 feet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for that response, because there was much debate in the public space in terms of the width of the road. I think it's important for the public to get that answer in the public space. I won't go any follow-up there, Madam Speaker. Question number 6. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Works, and this was asked already of the Premier, because I wasn't sure where was the right place to have it, but I'll ask it anyway, Minister. Well, if it's the same answer, I will just defer. Yeah. I'll defer to question number 7. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Communication and Works please advise this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands on what is being done to address the dangerous undermined main road just before the shed at Hope Hill, as this poses an immediate danger to the motoring public, especially considering the increased traffic to the area due to the diversion from Paraquita Bay Road.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. Madam Speaker, I became aware of this dangerous undermined roadway at Hope Hill on the 21st of May 2025 when it was brought to my attention by the district representative. Due to the importance of this undermining, the Public Works prioritized Public Works is aware of and they're working to get the designs done for this, to do the work pertaining to this undermining. And based on the district reps' request, the works will be funded and carried out via his civil works mitigation vote. But in the interim, we've corded off the area to ensure safety of motorists. But the situation continues to be monitored.
Madam Speaker, I made no such request for us in terms of the civil mitigation vote, particularly. So I want to make that clear. This is a national highway that traverses from Road Town into the airport. With the $31 million and $4 unspent, I'm sure there's much available funding to address this issue for the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, my first follow-up, Madam Speaker, is I see, Madam Speaker, that there was a HIMAC there on the site some time ago, just today and yesterday, underneath the road. Can the Minister advise what's actually happening there, considering the specific concerns that are being raised by the people of the territory, not just the people in my district, but people who traverse that road on a daily basis, in terms of its instability? Can the Minister advise if works already started and what is actually being done there with the HIMAC and the cautions I see there? I wasn't advised in terms of what's happening.
That's unfortunate. The director would have engaged someone to see the severity of it and see how deep the undermining has infiltrated the area. So I'm sure well, he told me he would have reached out to you in terms of making sure that you're aware of it as we get the preliminary works done to make sure how we could address that in terms of designs and going forward.
Madam Speaker, second follow-up and our point of information. Madam Speaker, I believe that I want to suggest to the ministry, Madam Speaker, that a more structurally sound barricade be installed around that particular undermine. Right now, there's just 2 cones. Somebody who is unassuming, don't know what is happening there, what is the problem with that particular road, happens to accidentally run through those cones, could be a very dangerous situation for the motoring public, considering the entire traffic is now being diverted through that road. I would encourage and advise the ministry to put a proper barricade until the works begin for the safety of the motoring public.
I do concur with what you're saying. I drove by and it definitely needs to be properly demarked, so I take that. I just want to go back to the original answer where I just need to make a quick edit where the director, he advised me that, this severe undermining and will require a retaining wall before reinstatement. This rehabilitation project is currently in the design stage, as I mentioned, and the designs and the bill of quantities should be ready by next week. And so, we look forward to getting this project done and engaging a contractor to get the process done.
Thank you for the response, and you are sure that you will put a proper barricade for the project. Question number 8, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please advise this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands what is the protocol/service standard within the ministry for fixing dug-up roads after water line and other repairs?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the reinstatement of roadways following excavation of water line repairs is typically carried out by the Water and Sewage Department to the concrete level. After that, asphalt overlay resurfacing is the responsibility of Public Works once the site is properly and appropriately prepared.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so why is this taking, Minister? You need to advise the public and the people of the Virgin Islands. Why is this taking so long? Particularly the inconvenience that was caused for the last 2 mornings, leading up this week when we opened up the road, closed the road in Hodges Creek, and opened up the road without fixing those issues on the Ridge Road. Why is this taking so long, Minister? Please advise. Is this a funding issue? Is this not just not a poor planning issue? Why is this taking so long?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's at times it could be various challenges where sometimes you need to make sure that the road is properly compact, the material is dried. There are times where the department would need to go and prepare it, whether it's a machine needing to get it prepared. I know yesterday there was a challenge with getting material. So there are various challenges when it comes to that. I'm hoping we've had dialogues with both departments where if there is a challenge, we would be able to share resources and get the works done in a more efficient time. But we have endeavored to do the repairs in a quicker time.
Just for the record, Madam Speaker and Minister, the issue on the Ridge Road didn't just happen yesterday. Some of those areas have been there for weeks, for some, and so some months. So that's just not just something that's happened and you didn't get material to fix it. These are months-long issues, even though, as Mr. Representative, I've advised that they be addressed. Question number 9, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please advise this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands of the following information? What is the distance of road between being paved from Paraquita Bay to Hodges Creek? What's the original contract sum for the road walks from Paraquita Bay to Hodges Creek? C, has the contract had any variations? If so, please provide a detail of all variation and their costs. And D, what is the new projected cost for completion of this project?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The distance of the road being paved is 3,900 linear feet. B, the original contract sum is $2,386,000, $86,015.99. C, we anticipate that there will be variations to the contract due to the various changes made throughout the course of the project. At this time, we are awaiting a detailed submission from the contractor outlining these variations so that we can so that they can be properly reviewed and reconciled against the original contract. Madam Speaker, we are unable to provide a definite estimate of the new projected costs until we receive the finalized information from the contractor.
Finish? Finish? Your answer? I just want to make sure you finish, Minister. You finish? Okay. So, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to comprehend the answer that was given by the Minister, Madam Speaker. A project that, by the Minister's own admission, is 11 months behind. I'm trying to process, Madam Speaker. Please bear with me. That's 11 months behind schedule. Obviously because of varying issues and variations that have to be happening. The Minister just said that the project will be finished in 2 months. And we don't know what those variations are going to be. Is that accurate to operate that way under the Public Finance Management Act?
So that's your question.
Yeah, what is this appropriate behavior to not have a detailed account of the variances before you complete the project? What if the variances exceed the contract sum based on the changes that have been made?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think you just said it right in your last statement. There are some changes where you'll result in some cost savings, while some would introduce additional scope and probably consequently increased costs. The final net variation will be known once the relevant information is received and assessed. For example, the original scope, we had some sidewalks and we had pipe drainage in certain areas. These were revised, these were replaced with your drains, earthen drains, and these represent design adjustment and cost adjustment. So until that time, I can't confirm what those changes would be, Madam Speaker. But what we intend for is to have a properly constructed road, and we'll have all variations reconciled at that time.
Madam Speaker, I'm even more concerned based on the Minister's response, Madam Speaker. I don't know how you could proceed to the next step unless you know what these things are going to cost, whether you're going to save money or it's going to cost you more. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we're dealing with taxpayers' money. And the taxpayers have a right to know what this is going to cost before you're proceeding to the next step. Madam Speaker, I just want the record to reflect that I'm deeply, deeply concerned as to what I'm hearing here, particularly with this project. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, second follow-up. The Minister mentioned in a previous question that I asked when this project was envisioned, that I asked whether if the project shouldn't have been done under RDA versus the ministry, and the ministry said that he would save more money under the ministry versus RDA. Do the Minister still stand by that statement, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, that was the initial mention at the time. I just want the member to know that delays happen. Fishbay Road that was done by the RDA, there were delays there were variations there, and we are saving resources by the project being managed within the ministry.
Madam Speaker, delays happen. Thank the Minister for his response. Delays happens, but this is a 13-month projected delay. 13 months. 11 months behind schedule with an additional 2 months for completion. 13 months delay. Just for the record, Madam Speaker. Question number 13, Madam Speaker.
10.
10, sorry, I'm trying to get out of here. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honorable House an update on the status of the Shepherd Hill Road as the community is yet to get a formal update since the public meeting held almost 2 months ago, and this road continues to pose a danger to the lives of the residents in that area.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we expressed to the community 2 months ago that this project was in the tendering phase, Madam Speaker, to date, Cabinet has approved the recommendation of the tenderers and to award a contract. A formal announcement of the successful tenderer will be made via the normal Cabinet process. And then after the Cabinet process, we go through getting the contract ready for signage by or vetting to the AG chambers, and then be able to have the contract ready to be signed. So we will keep the public updated during that time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister give the public any kind of assurance in terms of when we'll get to that stage, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, additionally, just part B of the question, follow-up question. There were some additional things that were requested by the community.
That would be 2. That would be 2.
Yeah, I'll finish there, this one. By the community, in terms of addressing the bypass road to make it passable, getting it graded and having it paved, which we committed to moving that forward, Minister. And as well as the lighting in the area that the community expressed concerns with the lighting. Where are we with those additional things that were raised at the public meeting? Graded and paved.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. As the representative will know that we engaged a contractor to get it graded. I think he had some challenges with the roller to get it graded, but I was hopeful that it would be done by now. I guess you're confirmed that it wasn't done.
It wasn't.
I will again reach out to have it addressed as soon as practicable. In terms of the lighting, I would have to follow up to see where we're at with the lights.
What about the paving?
Well, we have to go through the public works and get the designs for the paving.
Question number 11, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honorable House an update on, and this is the road,
It's a follow-up.
the follow-up, but you've answered it. I'll move on to question number 12, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please provide this Honorable House with the following information regarding the economic zone in Hunterscott? A, is the project completed? B, what is the cost to date for the project? C, what is the process for residents who are desirous of a space and the cost?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The project is still ongoing. The final phase involves outfitting the buildings to create retail spaces for small business engagement. A contract has been initiated for the outfitting of Building 1. As for Building number 2, the designs are completed, but tender for the outfitting has not yet been issued. Madam Speaker, the total expenditure to date is $1,238,903.31. C, residents interested in securing a space are advised to engage with the Department of Trade, Investment Promotion, and Consumer Affairs, which is responsible for managing the businesses operating within the entrepreneur zone there at Hunterscott. The rental cost for the spaces will be determined after the outfitting is complete and the size of each rental unit is established. Based on the floor layout, the sizes start at a 10 by 10 square foot space, which we anticipate would cost approximately $350 per month. A 10 by 20 square foot space is expected to be around $500 to $600 per month.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm confused. I think we had a ceremony there some months ago. Big ceremony. and we're still no closer to persons getting a space to operate. Madam Speaker, can the minister tell this Honorable House what is the timeline for completion to the point where someone could actually get keys in their hands to go into a space to start a business?
Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that hopefully within the end of the third quarter to the fourth quarter, we are waiting on the Department of Trade to confirm, I think, a cabinet paper for us to regularize how the businesses would operate in the space, and we would have a better timeline at that time.
So almost a whole year after we had the ceremony. Okay. Madam Speaker, question number 13. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honorable House the following regarding the $100 million loan facility and other capital funding? How much money from the $100 million loan facility has been allocated to his ministry? B, detail of how the money has been allocated. C, provide this House with a detailed plan on how the money will be spent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a total of $70,150,000 has been allocated to the Ministry of Communications and Works. The money has been allocated in the following manner. For road infrastructure work is $34,800,000. The Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Complex, $10 million. King Gambia Sewage, $3.9 million. Eastern Language Sewage, $7,450,000. Water Network Improvement, $8 million. TB Letsom International Airport, $6 million.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, do you have the detail of the projects as part of that, that response? I asked for the details, so I expect the detailed projects as well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It says, see the detailed plan in Appendix A.
No, that's fine. You don't have to read it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't put the minister through leading the detail, but is it very long, Minister?
About
60 projects. I won't put you through that. Question number 14, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Communication and Works please provide this Honorable House with the following information? This was asked earlier in terms of the premiere, and I wasn't sure where this would house it. The answer is the same, Minister. I would save the people of the Virgin Islands the hassle. All right, I'll move on to the next question, Madam Speaker. That's the end of the questions to the Minister, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for asking and answering the questions. He asked some questions too. Answer the questions in kind as well. Thank you.
I just want to thank the member for his question, Madam Speaker. And I mean, it seems like he throws some shades here and there, but I don't want to say where the member been sitting for 8 years as well, but we move forward with that. So.
No, Madam Speaker, I cannot respond to that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister likes to defer his responsibilities. He has been the Minister for this subject going on his 7th year, and he ought to not make those kind of comments. He owns the process. Move on, Madam Speaker. Questions to the Minister.
Members, I'm not going to have this back and forth, members. I'm not going to have this back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, questions to the Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister of Health and Social Development please provide this Honourable House with the following information? All amounts budgeted and spent per line item for projects and initiatives for 2025 under his entire ministry and departments for capital and recurrent. All B, provide a cumulative amount budgeted and the amount unspent to date for areas outlined above.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, the amount budgeted and spent for each line item on capital and recurrent projects and initiatives for 2025 under my ministry and department are attached as Appendix A, which I hope you got. The summary is on page 7. Madam Speaker, the cumulative amount budgeted to capital and recurrent projects and initiatives for 2025 was $9,586,992.88, and the amount unspent to date is $7,434,326.26. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the unspent balance includes funds that are committed, although payments have not yet been made. The ministry is diligently working on the preparation of tender documents, the finalization of agreements, and other relevant processes in an effort to expend the funds reflected in the unspent balance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the minister advise how can funds be committed if you don't have a project? If your project isn't at the stage of actually project ready and tendered, how can it be committed? How can it be committed funds?
Not all projects are committed. I say projects and initiatives. For example, some of the ongoing things that we do monthly.
Okay.
Next question, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House the following? A, when was the opening ceremony for the Eastern Lalo Community Center? Is the center available for use of the citizens of the community and wider Virgin Islands? If the answer is yes, why not? Madam Speaker, I'm getting distracted, Madam Speaker.
I think you meant if the answer was no, why not?
Yeah, if it was no, sorry, I apologize, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, the Eastern Lano Community Center was officially dedicated and handed over to the Social Development Department on 18th October 2024. Subject to the availability of funding, repairs to the center have been carried out in incremental phases since 2021. At the time of the handover, the Ministry of Health and Social Development concluded that while certain areas of the center were suitable for use, the main hall could only be utilized with restrictions. As customary, use of all community centers are at the discretion of the Social Development Department. Additional works required for the center include addressing water ingress between the building that houses the main hall and the main structure, restoration of the terrazzo tiles, as well as further enhancements to the male and female restrooms within the same area. In recent weeks, Madam Speaker, the ministry entered into an agreement with Taros Hill Group to undertake the needed repairs. These works commenced during the week of 26 May 2025 and include water ingress repairs, wall restoration, and interior repainting to restore the facility to a safe and usable condition. Barring any foreseen delays, the scope of works is expected to be completed by 13 June 2025. Madam Speaker, the works will not be completed in time for the 2025 graduation exercises, unfortunately, though that was the hope. Madam Speaker, following the completion of these repairs, the restoration of the terrazzo tiles in the main hall is scheduled to begin immediately. This phase is anticipated to last approximately 2 weeks. Accordingly, the Eastern Lano Community Center is currently not available for public use at this moment. However, we anticipate the facility will reopen to the public fully in July 2025. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the ministry recently issued a request for proposals for architectural services to redesign the restrooms in the main hall. We expect to engage a qualified architect firm by July 2025. The construction targeted to commence in the fourth quarter 2025. The public will be notified in advance of any temporary closures needed to facilitate these renovations. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development, in collaboration with the Social Development Department, remains fully committed to reopening the Eastern Lano Community Center to the public in the coming weeks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank the Minister for his response, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, based on my calculations, Madam Speaker, since the official opening ceremony that was held at that center, it's been 9 months since we told the people of the territory that the center, or the community rather, that the center is available. We've had several discussions, Minister. Why are we not at least you making sure that certain aspects of the center is functional so that persons can utilize the center? I know that the upstairs can be utilized for meetings or any events a person needs to have. The hall is functional, the bathrooms are working. When we were there and we opened the center, why are we not still allowing persons, we have the seniors that are using their section, to allow them to use segments of the center? It's been a very long time since it's been out of use.
Well, I think you answered the question. Some sections of the center are being used. I'm not familiar with exactly how many, but I think it's just the main hall for certain long functions they had restrictions on, unfortunately.
The only area is, Madam Speaker, the only area that's being used is the senior section, which has always been used while the construction was being going on. So why are we not making it the other areas available to residents to utilize the center?
I will follow social development and exactly why that has happened, so I'm really not 100% sure, to be honest.
Question number 3, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the numerous elderly persons who are suffering from memory loss, Alzheimer's, and other mental health issues, could the Honorable Minister for Ministry of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House the following? A, what is the ministry doing to build an independent nursing home to help families as they might not be equipped physically, emotionally, or financially to help their loved ones? B, is there enough crown land in the eastern area for government to build such a home to provide such services? Madam Speaker, also, Madam Speaker, can I point of privilege? It's getting extremely hot in here at this time, Madam Speaker. Can you adjust the air conditioning unit?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must thank the honourable member for the 8th District for raising this very important question regarding the care and well-being of our elderly population, especially those living with Alzheimer's disease, memory loss, and other mental health challenges. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development is fully aware of the pressing need to improve long-term residential care services for the elderly in the territory. As it stands, the Adina Donovan Home for the Elderly remains the primary government-operated facility providing such care. However, as we are all aware, the facility, while long-standing in its service, is now significantly aged, functioning at capacity, and increasingly inadequate in meeting the complex and evolving needs of its residents. While recent repairs have been undertaken to maintain a safe and habitable environment, the reality is that a full relocation of the home's operations is necessary, and I must say, long overdue. Madam Speaker, in this vein, the Ministry of Health and Social Development is actively exploring the development of a new purpose-built nursing home in the Greenland area. The 2.9-acre parcel of land, which was generously donated by the Stevens family, has been identified as a potential location for this new facility. The location offers both the space and setting needed to construct a modern facility that can accommodate a large number of residents and provide specialized care, particularly for individuals living with dementia and other mental health conditions. The available land will also support the creation of a park as originally envisaged by the donors and will provide recreational space for our seniors. As it relates to planning, Madam Speaker, I wish to share that the Ministry is currently reviewing and considering modifications to an existing design that was originally developed for a proposed nursing home at Spooner's Estate. By building upon this previous work, rather than starting from scratch, it can effectively adapt the layout to suit the new Greenland site while ensuring that the design meets current best practices and the needs of our community. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that an architect has not yet been formally engaged to undertake the design revisions or detailed planning. This remains a critical next step in the process, and the Ministry has prioritized finalizing the project scope to enable us to proceed with a formal design and cost estimation phase in the coming months. In closing, Madam Speaker, I reaffirm the government's commitment to ensuring that our elderly receive care in a safe, dignified, and supportive environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, and that's good news for our senior citizens in this territory, Minister. I know a previous conversation had by you, myself, and the Honorable Premier about having the polyclinic also be part and parcel of that development. Minister, is the plan still to move ahead as well with the support of HSA to develop the polyclinic on that property as well to sort of facilitate the entire community?
Madam Speaker, I think these are questions come up also. But Madam Speaker, before I get to that question, I want to also recognize the support of the member for the 8th and the Premier in advancing this project for seniors. It cannot be done by myself alone. In terms of the polyclinic, I think it's a question yeah, but we do plan to pursue it also.
Question number 5. Madam Speaker, based on discussions on Sister Island of Virgin Gorda about a year ago regarding the resources to effectively run the facilities on that island.
You missed a question?
Oh, sorry, yes, number 4. Sorry, Minister. Question number 4, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as parents are becoming younger, there's becoming a greater need for parenting support services. Could the Honorable Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House, A, does his ministry have such a service for young parents? If the answer is yes, how can persons access those services? If the answer is no, what is the ministry's plan to do so? And this was a question also from the public, from the community, persons who are concerned.
Madam Speaker, again, let me thank the Honourable Member for the question. This is an important issue that touches the heart of the social fabric of our territory. So forgive me for a bit lengthy in the answer because it's a very, very important question. As we witness a trend of young persons becoming parents, it is imperative that we as a government respond proactively to support them in raising healthy, well-adjusted children and in fulfilling their full potential as productive citizens and as parents. The short answer to the member's question is yes, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Health and Social Development, through the Social Development Department, with the support of many of our partnering agencies and other community-based organizations, provide a wide range of parental support services that aid young parents and families across the territory in achieving stability, well-being, and long-term success. These services include parenting education and support programs. The Ministry through the Social Development Department has partnered with private agencies such as WIN BVI and Therapy to Thrive to deliver parenting workshops designed to build confidence, strengthen parenting skills, and promote healthy family dynamics. Specialized parenting workshops on topics of child abuse and neglect and effective co-parenting are also offered directly by the Social Development Department. These workshops aim to cover topics such as child development, discipline strategies, emotional support, and communication. The workshops offer free of charge or at a reduced rate, with the majority of costs covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme. The parenting workshops are open to all parents, with referrals often facilitated by the Social Development Department. These sessions are held for young, single, or first-time parents who may have challenges navigating unfamiliar terrain in raising a child. 2. Peer support, counseling, and mentorship. Emotional and social support is provided through peer support groups offered through the NGOs, where parents can share experiences and advice in a safe, non-judgmental, and confidential space. Individual or family counseling is also available from a variety of agencies in the territory that aim to help individuals address personal or parenting challenges with professional guidance. The peer support and counseling services are accessed via referrals from the Social Development Department to non-profit partners within the territory. The ministry's ultimate goal is to create strong communities of support that fosters resilience and emotional well-being. Financial assistance programs. Through the Social Assistance Program, administered by the Social Development Department, the ministry provides financial relief to eligible parents experiencing economic hardship. Support is available for a range of needs, including rent and housing assistance, child care and school-related expenses, clothing and basic necessities, utility bills, and emergency medical costs, among others. Parents are encouraged to visit the Social Development Department to learn more about the services available so that officers can assess their situation and determine the most appropriate support, education and empowerment and employment support. The ministry is actively working to expand support for parents through legislative reform. The forthcoming implementation of the Public Assistance Amendment Act 2024 will provide financial assistance to access education, job readiness programs that support skill building, career development, and lifelong learning. Once implemented, this initiative will offer a critical path for parents to gain the tools they need to build better financial futures for themselves and their children. Health and wellness services. Parents and their children have access to a wide range of health services through polyclinics located throughout the territory. These facilities offer prenatal and postnatal care to support maternal and infant health, pediatric health care, and routine immunizations, as well as mental health and wellness services, including support from postpartum depression and parental stress. These services are vital in ensuring that both parents and children receive the medical attention and psychological support they need during critical periods of development and transition. Madam Speaker, all services can be accessed through multiple entry points. A, by contacting the Social Development Department at any of your offices on Virgin Gorda and Tortola, either in person or online via the Government of the Virgin Islands official website. B, referrals can also be made through clinics, schools, or community partners. C, by visiting the Department of Social Development of social media pages for information on upcoming workshops and programs. D, or by simply calling the Ministry or Social Development Department directly to request assistance. Madam Speaker, while I have outlined many of these services that already exist, we recognize that greater coordination, outreach, and innovation are required to ensure that these support systems are not only available, but also effectively meet the needs of our young parents. We will continue to expand our parenting support networks and partnerships, strengthen our tools for delivering parenting education, and ensure greater collaboration between health, education, and youth affairs to offer more seamless wraparound services. Madam Speaker, it is our firm belief that investing in our young parents is an investment in our territory's future. If we equip them with knowledge, support, and opportunities, we can break the cycles of poverty, reduce social risk, and nurture stronger families and communities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that very comprehensive response, Minister. Minister, but the fact that the public is asking me these questions to ask on their behalf means they don't know where the information is. So, Madam Speaker, I'll advise the Minister to try to do a little more public relation outreach to persons who are this vulnerable population, particularly at the hospital, HSA, when parents are being, going through the process to at least start to help with the process of transition. So there definitely is a need for this.
I think the members are absolutely correct, and I must commend HSA. They have increased their outreach to persons, letting them know what services are being offered. I'm also working on education to help parents understand the various things that are being offered by the various agencies. But I do agree with you, we can do more in terms of letting the public know what services are being offered by the Social Development Department and the ministry.
Thank you.
Question number 5, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, based on the discussions on the sister islands of Virgin Gorda about a year ago regarding the resources to effectively run the facilities on that island and other sister islands, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House if his ministry has provided the Health Services Authority with A, the additional resources and support requested to effectively run the facilities and offer the services deserving of the residents of the sister islands? The answer is yes, Please provide the dates these resources and support were provided. If the answer is no, why haven't they gotten the support they needed today?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I thank the honourable member for the question regarding support to the BVI HSA in delivering effective healthcare services on Virgin Gorda and the other sister islands. The accessibility to healthcare on the sister islands is very important to me. As you know, I live on Virgin Gorda, and I also represent 2 sister islands, plus keys in between, Virgin Gorda and Anegada. So the challenges that the residents face are also realities for me and my family. While the Ministry of Health and Social Development remains committed to ensuring equitable access to quality health care for all residents, including those on the sister islands, the BVI HSA continues to face significant constraints, particularly with human resources shortages and infrastructure limitations. As a result, while some progress has been made, the full scope of support requested by the BVI HSA for the sister islands has not yet been realized. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, progress has been made in several critical areas. At the Northern Clinic, repairs and maintenance have been completed and the facility is structurally sound. However, full operations are pending staff recruitment, which remain difficult due to competition for qualified personnel with other jurisdictions. At the North Irish Clinic Medical Center, roof repairs have been funded and the Ministry is currently undertaking a tender process for procurement. The X-ray suite at the North Irish O'Neill Medical Center has been completed and certified. However, it is currently not in use due to the absence of technical staff. Rotational nursing support from Virgin Gorda has been extended to Anegada in the absence of a full-time resident nurse. Madam Speaker, the main constraints for delivering full support to the sister islands include persistent recruitment challenges, particularly in securing qualified healthcare professionals willing to relocate to the sister islands. Long lead times for onboarding staff, even when suitable candidates are identified. Rising infrastructure costs, particularly for projects requiring imported equipment and specialist logistics. Additionally, the Ministry is currently exploring technological advances to enhance healthcare accessibility for residents of the sister islands. Madam Speaker, despite these challenges, the Ministry remains resolute in strengthening healthcare delivery across the sister islands. We continue to collaborate with the BVI HSA, the RDA, and regional partners to accelerate project delivery, improving staffing, and ensure residents receive the quality of healthcare they deserve. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's pretty much no. Madam Speaker, question number 6. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honourable House the following? Based on the high turnover of key personnel, mainly due to justifiably dissatisfaction with compensation packages, considering the amount that has not had an increase in compensation in over 10 years, as we heard in Standing Finance, and $5.5 million was asked for to address this. Please advise, A, if the challenges with the alliance agreement and staffing review have been addressed, and if so, the date they were addressed. B, if the ministry has provided assistance with the pay increases, and if so, how much, and the date provided.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member again for his question. Madam Speaker, following a reconstitution of the Contract Management Committee in 2024, the Ministry of Health and Social Development, in collaboration with the BVI HSA and the National Health Insurance, commenced a comprehensive review of the alliance agreement. The committee, comprising representatives from all 3 entities, have developed an advanced draft of the revised agreement. The draft is currently under review by the respective parties to ensure alignment and consensus on key provisions, and finalization is anticipated in the very near future. The revised alliance agreement is expected to introduce several key improvements, Madam Speaker, including clear roles and responsibilities among the partners, strengthen accountability mechanisms, improve data sharing and reporting obligations, more streamlined procedures for funding disbursements and claims adjudication, and enhanced provisions for quality assurance, performance monitoring, and dispute resolution. These reforms are intended to support greater operational efficiency, transparency, and alignment between service delivery and financing across the health system. With respect to the staffing and compensation, Madam Speaker, the BVI HSA has acknowledged the critical need to address long-standing issues related to recruitment and retention. These challenges are in a large part due to outdated compensation structures, which have not seen significant adjustments in over a decade. To address this, Madam Speaker, the authority is committed to conducting a thorough organizational and compensation review. This review will provide a detailed and evidence-based assessment of current remuneration framework and inform a structured approach to addressing compensation gaps. While the government has earmarked 5.5 million to support improvements within the health sector, including staffing and service delivery, I wish to clarify that no specific financial assistance has yet been disbursed by the Ministry to the BVI HSA for salary increases. The release of such funding will be contingent upon the completion of the compensation review and the submission of a sustainable implementation plan with clear justifications. Madam Speaker, the Ministry remains fully committed to working in partnership with the BVI HSA and the NHI to ensure that the necessary framework, resources, policy, and legislation are in place to strengthen our healthcare system and support the effective and sustainable delivery of healthcare services for all the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response, very detailed response. Madam Speaker, just a first follow-up, Madam Speaker, am I hearing that the compensation review wasn't completed? Because as far as I recall, when we had standing finance, what they were asking for is the monies to forward what they already assessed in terms of what the needs were to bring the salaries to a rate that they think was fair for the employees at the HSA. So you're saying that they don't have a compensation review was not done? That's what you're saying, Minister?
I'm going to repeat that last sentence because it's very important that you understand it in the full context of which I said it. The release of such funding will be contingent upon the completion of all of these. Of the compensation review, 1, submission of a sustainable implementation plan, 2, clear justification. All 3 must be present before the funds are released. All 3.
Okay, so you say that you have the funds available, and based on as I'm aware, the compensation review was done. So based on the additional 2, then you release the fund. You have the funds available for this program.
We are fully committed, and the funds will be found. We are fully committed to doing this. We have very hard working nurses and so forth down there, and they deserve this money. It's not a gift for them. They have worked for this money, and I'm fully committed to doing what I promised them, which is to give them necessary funding for their raises and so forth. But it must be, the Premier has said to me, it must be sustainable. We don't want a situation where you receive a raise this year, and then next year you're wondering where the money coming from. No, it must be sustainable. They must get it every single year.
Yeah. And we also must get good health care and get good workers for the services and make sure that the people who provide those services are paid adequately, Minister.
Honorable members, at this time we will take a recess. So we'll take a recess and resume in 15 minutes.
Madam Speaker.
This House now resumes a sitting. Honorable Penn, you may continue.
Question number 7. Madam Speaker, we learned in Standard Finance that since 2023, 7 senior management positions which require cabinet approval were vacant or filled in an acting capacity, and this created an unstable management environment, particularly for 4 critical positions, namely CEO, Director of Primary Health, Senior Medical Officer, and Chief Nursing Executive. Could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House, A, have the positions that were awaiting cabinet approval been addressed or filled? Have the acting appointments been addressed? If the answer is yes, B, provide dates. When was this actually done? If the answer is no, C, why not?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, the senior management positions, namely Chief Executive Officer, Director of Primary Health Care, Senior Medical Officer, and Chief Nursing Executives have all been addressed through the Cabinet process. Decisions regarding the appointments were made by Cabinet at its meeting held on 15 January 2025 and were formally communicated to the Chairman of the Viva HSA via correspondence dated 29 January 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker, Minister, to follow up, can you confirm if these substantive positions have been held? Have there persons in these positions now, confirmed positions, or you have more active positions, persons acting in these positions?
Thank you for the follow-up. Like I said, the cabinet decision was sent to them in January. I think to date, the jobs have only been advertised and were advertised recently. So I do not know for sure if they have been filled as yet. But I know they have all been advertised.
So so you're saying that you didn't accept any of the recommendations then, Minister? That's what you're saying?
No, that's not correct. Some were filled, or some were not filled. Some were asked to be re-advertised because there were some challenges with the process and so forth.
I know you might not have that detail right now, Minister. Can you please provide that detail in terms of which one, who are in those positions, etc.?
Absolutely, and where they are in the recruitment process. I'll be happy to do that for you.
I appreciate that. Question number 8, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was reported during Standing Finance that the authority is facing a dire infrastructure and equipment crisis. The cost to repair, update, and expand facilities and equipment stood at an alarming $30 million. The lack of maintenance led to the catastrophic equipment failures and closure of facilities and threatens the delivery of essential healthcare services. Assistance was requested from the ministry for capital items such as upgrades to the community clinics, dialysis services, EMS, and telemedicine. Could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House the following? A, have you provided the necessary assistance to address these issues? And if so, how much and when? B, what is the status of the following? North Iris Penn Clinic in East End, North Remelia Clinic in Anegada, North Sun Clinic in Virgin Gorda, roof repairs to North Iris O'Neill Clinic, roof repairs to Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, lobby for the Roton Clinic, dialysis center at the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, dental unit at the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, AC chillers for the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, renaming of the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, closure of the Eastern Long Clinic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a very long question, and I shall attempt a very long answer. Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for this very important question concerning the state of our healthcare infrastructure and service delivery. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development has recognized the urgency of the infrastructure and equipment challenges faced by the BVI Health Services Authority, BVI HSA. As reported, the estimated cost to address critical capital needs stands at approximately $30 million. In response, the ministry has allocated $4 million from the recently acquired loan facility secured by the government in October 2024 to support urgent infrastructure upgrades, including roof repairs, the completion of outpatient clinic facilities, upgrades and retrofitting of the dental facilities, and improvements to the dialysis unit over the next 2 years. The authority has entered into an agreement with the Virgin Recovery and Development Agency to manage the projects designated for this funding. In addition, through collaboration with OECS and Direct Relief, critical support has been provided in the forms of A, 3 Caterpillar generators for the Teresa Smith Blyden, which is in Capones Bay, North Iris Penn in East End, and Northside Clinics, and the purchase and installation of an oxygen generation system at the Dr. D. Orland Hospital, significantly reducing the territory's reliance on third-party oxygen suppliers and enhancing the sustainability of medical gas provision. Madam Speaker, like many countries around the world, the Virgin Islands is facing a shortage of nurses throughout BVI HSA. As a result of difficulty, but necessary decision was made to consolidate services at the North Iris Penn Clinic in East End with the services offered at the Rosalind Penn Healthcare Center in Longlow. This consolidation was undertaken to ensure the continued delivery of efficient and effective healthcare services to the residents of both East End and Longlow communities, as well as His Majesty's Prison. Following this adjustment, the BVI HSA, upon the recommendation of its primary and community health staff, developed a proposal for the construction of a purpose-built comprehensive clinic to serve the Eastern area, also referred to as Health Zone 1. This facility is being designed to meet the needs of the community and ensure it's adequately staffed to provide the quality of care our residents deserve. Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the honourable member for the 8th District and its constituents that recruitment efforts are actively underway to facilitate the reopening of the Iris Penn Clinic at the earliest opportunity. Madam Speaker, there are recurring environmental issues at the North Romelia Smith Clinic building, which have unfortunately resulted in members of staff becoming ill. In an effort to address these concerns, deep cleaning and sterilization of the facility were carried out. However, these measures only provided temporary relief. Rotational nursing support is currently being provided from Virgin Gorda to maintain operations following the resignation of the resident nurse. Following further assessment, it was recommended that a comprehensive purpose-built facility be designed and constructed to permanently address the issues and ensure a safe environment for both staff and patient. To this end, the BVI Health Services Authority has developed a proposal for the construction of a new building to replace the current clinic. Madam Speaker, all identified repairs at the Northside Clinic have been completed. However, like many other BVI HSA facilities, the clinic continues to be affected by the ongoing shortages of nurses. Although candidates have been recruited, delays in onboarding and competition from other jurisdictions have limited their availability. Efforts remain ongoing to fill these critical positions and ensure consistent service delivery. Madam Speaker, roof repairs at the North Iris Clinic have been funded and the ministry is currently undertaking the tender process for recruitment. Madam Speaker, the roof repairs are included in the scope of works being project managed by the RDA, with funding already allocated. 2 bids for the structural assessment of the People's Hospital have been received and evaluated, and the RDA is currently awaiting board approval to proceed with contract signing. This assessment will inform the necessary repairs to the various roofs and guttering systems. Madam Speaker, refurbishment of the outpatient clinic lobby is ongoing, and are included in the scope of works being project managed by the RDA with funding already allocated. 2 bids were received for the structural design and are currently under evaluation, pending approval by the RDA board. An elevator for this area has already been procured and ready for installation once construction resumes. The remaining refurbishment works will be tendered and managed by the RDA. Madam Speaker, the procurement of new dialysis machines and a reverse osmosis system has been completed to replace end-of-life equipment and improve patient care. Madam Speaker, $191,100 was received by the VVI HSA in November 2024 for these upgrades. Additionally, a review of the previous design for the expansion of the dialysis unit is pending the appointment of a design consultant. Madam Speaker, the dental unit is scheduled for upgrades. However, interior works are on hold pending the completion of roof repairs, which must be undertaken first. These works fall under RDA's tendering and project management remit. A review of the previous design is also pending the appointment of design consultants. Madam Speaker, the Ministry made $1 million available to the BVI HSA in incremental stages from April to December 2024 for the procurement, shipment, transportation, and installation of air conditioning chillers for the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. Madam Speaker, I have been advised by the BVI HSA that arrangements are actively underway for the installation of the air conditioning chillers scheduled between 7th and 20th July 2025. Logistics for the project are currently being coordinated with the overall objective of completing installation before the peak of the hurricane season. Number 10. Madam Speaker, the renewal process is being managed entirely by the RDA, and the project remains active within their portfolio. However, I have been informed that the scope of works is currently under review prior to the commencement of the procurement process. Madam Speaker, as previously noted, the North Irish Pen Clinic remains closed while recruitment efforts are underway. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for comprehensively answering the question. My concern is, though, my first follow-up, Madam Speaker, the Eastern Clinic. It's been months now, and I got the same answer about recruitment, and the people that district are suffering, particularly our seniors who frequent that clinic. What is being done? How can you give us a timeline for the completion of this process to ensure that there's coverage in that area? In absence of coverage, can we give some support to the seniors to get them to the clinic, and particularly in London when that is open?
I thank you for your follow-up. Madam Speaker, what we have done to alleviate the situation of having the clinic closed, we have increased home visits. If persons are not getting home visits, please call and make sure that the clinic sends someone to you. We cannot, I cannot guess how long it will take to recruit a nurse. It's an international challenge all over. The rate of attrition is very high, and the recruitment process is very slow. So that coupled is just I cannot give you a time. I wish I could, and I wish it could be open tomorrow. But we are trying our very best to get open as quickly as possible to serve the community, particularly the seniors, who even though you may go to their home, sometimes like the outing of going to a clinic and sometimes socializing there. So I understand the urgency of the matter.
Can you confirm the details with me in terms of the home visit so that I can ensure that the seniors who are asking for this service can have access to the service?
Absolutely.
Madam Speaker, question number 9. Madam Speaker, during the Standing Finance deliberation, it was reported that the Health Services Authority, despite the various challenges, had significant milestones such as the launch of the strategic plan and accreditation. Could the Minister for Health and Social Development please update this Honourable House on the following? A, the strategic plan exercise that was to be launched in January 2025. B, the accreditation achieved, if accreditation was achieved in 2024. C, was business development function started in 2023? D, and what are your plans for revenue generation?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, the strategic planning process for the BVA Health Source Authority commenced and is now nearing completion. Following a competitive tender process, the firm KPMG was selected to lead this important initiative and began its work shortly thereafter. The first phase of the strategic planning process concluded in February and involved a series of consultations and meetings with key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health and Social Development, the National Health Insurance, the Ministry of Finance, BVA HSA staff and residents from the West End and East End communities. The second phase, which focused on the sister islands, wrapped up on 13th May. During this phase, residents shared valuable insights, raised concerns, and expressed their expectations for a more responsive and equitable healthcare system. We are now in the final leg of the process. On 15th May, a key stakeholder summit was held at the BVI International Arbitration Center. During this full-day event, KPMG presented preliminary findings, provided updates on the planning process, and facilitated discussions on emerging priorities. The summit was attended by 40 stakeholders representing the Ministry of Health and Social Development, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, National Health Insurance, Immigration Department, Department of Labor and Workforce Development, the BVI Diabetes Association, and others. In addition, KPMG held consultations with senior department heads and the Deputy Governor, which provided further valuable and insightful feedback. Madam Speaker, the strategic plan is a critical document that will guide the direction and priorities of the BVI HSA over the next 5 to 8 years. To date, KPMG has engaged more than 180 internal and external stakeholders across the territory and received over 50 submissions in preparation of the final plan, which is expected to be presented in June this month. Madam Speaker, the BVA Health Source Authority, specifically Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, achieved accreditation in 2023 for a period of 3 years. This accreditation signifies that the institution meets rigorous international standards and will remain valid through to 2026. At that time, the BVA HSA will undergo a full and comprehensive review of all systems and processes as part of the reaccreditation cycle with the accrediting body, DNV. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that accreditation is not a one-time achievement, but rather an ongoing process. As part of this continuous improvement framework, the institution is subject to annual reviews. Earlier this year, a team from DNV conducted such a review, and I am pleased to report that the BVA HSA passed their review successfully. This outcome is a testament to the dedication and hard work of the staff and their commitment to maintaining high-quality standards in healthcare delivery. Madam Speaker, the BVI HSA began its efforts to establish a business development function in 2023. A business development manager officially assumed duties in August 2024 and has since been working on the formulation of a comprehensive business development plan. This role is designed to operate in tandem with a newly established Business Development Committee of the Board, ensuring alignment with the authority's strategic direction and executive objectives. The committee was formally constituted in May 2025 and is expected to be the driving force behind the execution of the Business Development Plan. To date, Madam Speaker, the Business Development Manager has produced several strategic proposals and initiatives, including a revenue generation plan, a medical tourism strategy, and a project proposal for the BVI HSA Cancer Treatment Center and telemedicine project. Further proposals have been developed for upgrades to various healthcare facilities, namely the second floor of the North Iowa Medical Center, the Consolidated East End Clinic and proposed North Romelia Smith Clinic, the Northson Clinic, and the Jas Van Dyke Clinic. In addition, the BVI HSA has embarked on service enhancement initiatives, including engagement with the Barbados Fertility Clinic to expand its OBGYN offerings. The authority is also in the process of creating premium services such as stroke rehabilitation clinic and elite athlete program aimed at providing physiotherapy services to local athletes. Madam Speaker, in September 2024, the BVI HSA began the development of a revenue generation plan aimed at improving the organization's financial standing. The planning process involved consultations with various departments to identify existing service gaps and explore opportunities for premium services. In addition, there was deliberate assessment of potential avenues for medical tourism and strategic partnership. The plan was completed in late 2024. However, a decision was made to temporarily pause implementation until the handover of the BVI HSA strategic plan. This decision was taken to ensure that the revenue generation plan aligns seamlessly with the broader strategic direction of the authority. In the interim, Madam Speaker, the supplemental components of the business development plan continue to progress. This includes work towards the establishment of a 501c3 charitable organization in accordance with the U.S. Internal Revenue Code, which will enable federal tax exemptions for U.S.-based individuals interested in making donations to the BVI HSA. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comprehensive report on the BVI HSA. It's a good thing he didn't fire that chairman, Madam Speaker, based on all the work I see that is being done. Madam Speaker, again, I thank the Minister. Madam Speaker, again, I thank the Minister for answering the questions in time. And I will move on to my final Minister, Minister of Education. Madam Speaker, first question, Minister of Education. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please provide this Honourable House with the following information? A, all amounts budgeted and spent per line item for projects and or initiatives for 2025 under her entire ministry and departments for capital and recurrent as of 30th of May 2025, and B, the cumulative amount budgeted and the amount unspent to date for both areas outlined above.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the 8th District for his question. Madam Speaker, while the budget structure does not permit a breakdown of expenditure by individual project or initiative at line item level, I wish to assure this Honourable House that the Ministry of Education remains committed to transparency and accountability in all financial matters. To that end, I have provided, as Appendix 1, a detailed summary of the 2025 capital and recurrent allocations across the ministry and its departments, as well as expenditures and unspent balances as of 30th May 2025. This information offers a clear, comprehensive snapshot of the ministry's financial position. Madam Speaker, we continue to manage our resources prudently to support the advancement of education, youth development, and sports across these Virgin Islands. And I have the spreadsheet. I can go into detail if the member so wishes.
It's okay, Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, no follow-up at this time. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, question number 2 mirrors a question that was asked on Tuesday. I got the answers already, and the answer that was given is sufficient for me, Madam Speaker. So I wouldn't ask question number 2 at this time. Thank you.
Those are all your questions, Honourable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That ends the extent of my questions to all the ministers. I would like to thank the ministers for answering the questions in time.
Thank you, honourable members. At this time, we'll take the recess and return on the 24th day of June, 2025 at 10 a.m. We're in recess. House is in recess.